Order. We have first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda. We have a motion to approve the agenda.
Okay. So moved.
Moved by Brooke. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Cassandra. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We have an idea of how many people we have for public comment today.
They're still starting to trickle in.
Okay, I will read the disclaimer and then we'll check in again. The state board's agenda is full and I may place limits on the public comment based on the number of members of the public who intend to speak. I'll give each speaker 5 minutes or 3 minutes if there are a large number of speakers. At the end of your allotted time, I'll ask you to conclude and the board will move on to the next speaker. The department will not respond to public comment aside from requesting clarification. The department may place a topic raised in public comment on a future agenda. A topic from public comment that is not related to an agenda item today will not be addressed at today's meeting.
All right, we had 12 folks in here and I do have someone, but before I let them in, I'll just let everyone know that if you do wish to address the board, use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen for Zoom. If you are calling in, you can do this by pressing *9. So I do have a Katie Grieving. So here we go.
All right, Katie.
All right, Miss Grieving, you're up.
You're not hearing anything from Katie.
Miss Grieving, you just need to unmute yourself if you're there. Oh, there we go. Katie, you just need to click to unmute yourself. There we go. Just having her connect, so it should be up in a few seconds. All right, Katie, are you connected? She dropped out. I'll move on to the next person, Cynthia Knight.
Okay.
Giving you speaker privileges.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yep.
Yes, we can.
Great. So good morning. I'm Dr. Cynthia Knight, president and founder of the Choice Charter School. I want to thank you all for approving our application a year ago. Choice Charter School is a virtual school developed to get school dropouts back into school, and there's still approximately 4,000 dropping out in the state every year. So I started this work with at-risk youth while working at the DE from 2004 to 2011. And then when the legislators passed the new charter school law, the thought of creating a virtual school for dropouts in Iowa across the state began to formulate. So our numbers continue to rise. We currently have 134 students attending Choice Charter School. We have graduated 7 students who only needed a few courses to complete their diploma requirements, but would never have obtained their high school diploma had it not been for Choice Charter School. As youth, parents, schools, law enforcement, churches, and other organizations learn more about us, we continue to get more students to enroll in Choice Charter. We are organized to teach 300 students, and I'm anticipating we will have 300 next year. We continue to create and offer courses our students are interested in taking, and I can't tell you how many times A student has said to me, I finally found a place where I belong. Or this really works for me and who I am and where I am in life right now. Or this last one of, without this school, I'd just be another dropout. So this first year has been challenging, working out all the kinks for a new statewide virtual school system has not been easy for our staff and the DE, with changing rules and regulations to fit what it believes a proper charter school should be doing. We are no longer the smallest school district in Iowa, though, but we are receiving about $300,000 to $500,000 less in funding, and we get it. This type of school is new, and we are all learning. So I want to thank you again for this opportunity to change the lives of the students we serve in Iowa.
Thank you, Cynthia.
All right, we have a Forrest Dawkins.
Okay, Forrest.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Yeah, my name's Forrest Dawkins. I live in Cedar Falls, Iowa. I'm actually a mentor with Choice Charter School, and I was just coming to support this school. My role is working with students. I have about 16 students that I look after, and so I'm calling, texting, talking, meeting with these students over virtually with the systems we have in place. And I've been doing this since about October, and the more I'm interacting with students, the more I'm realizing how important this is for these students. So for instance, yesterday I spoke with a woman. She's like 18. She has a son. She's working quite a bit, and she's trying to finish her degree. She wants to get her diploma. And if we weren't available, she would not be going after her diploma. In fact, I told her yesterday, I said, I am proud of you. I know it's hard to have a baby and to be working and trying to go to school. And she started to cry because she was just trying to encourage her and helping her through this process. And so, yeah, we have a lot of different students in different situations, but I know that a lot of them would be slipping through the cracks if we weren't available. I have a new student, and he's also 18. He works, and when he found out that he could still get his diploma and still work quite a few hours, he was very excited, and he couldn't believe that this opportunity was available for him. And so I've been rewarded in that, just seeing students who have been slipping through the cracks and have this opportunity to finish their diploma. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more. We're gonna try Miss Katie Grieving again. All right, Katie, you should be good to go. I see you're unmuted. Make sure you have the right microphone selected. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now.
I am so sorry for the technical difficulties on my end, and I'd like to thank you for sticking with me. I am Katie Grieving. Some of you may recognize my name as I've attended a number of your meetings this year. I am the Executive Director of Decoding Dyslexia Iowa, and I'm also the parent of a child with dyslexia. And as I was thinking about speaking today, I realized that I and other members of our organization have been coming to these meetings for almost 10 years now. And that's kind of a long time. A lot has changed, but there are some things that need to change that have not. So I'm here again today because thousands of Iowa students who are struggling to read need a voice. And so do their parents, and so do their teachers. So we continue to show up to ask you as our state's education leaders to take the lead on literacy in our state. And you might be wondering what I'm asking you to do. First, please fulfill the promise that was made to the Iowa Dyslexia Task Force and issue formal dyslexia guidance to our schools. This was an official recommendation of the task force over 3 years ago, so way back in 2018. Leaders of the Iowa Department of Education served on that task force and assured the group that it would be done. In October 2022, 3 years after that report came out, the department did launch a new dyslexia website. And we think that's a very positive step. We're very grateful for that, to have that information on a publicly accessible site. But it's critical that the department actually issue formal guidance to schools. Doing this makes sure that information about dyslexia and best practices is distributed widely and taken seriously. Second, I urge the state board and the department to take a strong stand on the literacy curriculum that's being used in Iowa schools. The most important factor in whether or not our kids learn to read is not poverty or student motivation. It is how reading is taught at school. So I will say that again, the most important factor in whether Iowa children learn to read is how it is taught. So when I tell you that in 2022, on the National Assessment of Educational Progress, 2/3 of Iowa students were not proficient in reading, I hope that you have a lot of questions about how reading is taught in Iowa. Did you know that according to data gathered by the Iowa Reading Research Center, many of the most commonly used reading programs in Iowa schools are not supported by research? And our districts are continuing to spend millions of dollars on these programs, which are harmful and actually teach children the strategies that poor readers use. Now, we are not the only state with this problem, but others have taken a stand. For example, some have passed state laws that do not allow these programs in their schools anymore. And some state Department of Education have taken a stand as well and placed them on a not approved list and directed schools to stop using them. We think it's time for Iowa to take a stand too and come out against these ineffective programs that are not based on science. Our kids deserve that. And as always, we would love to have further conversations with any of you about these issues so that all Iowa students can become proficient readers. Thank you for your time, and thanks again for sticking with me through my tech problems.
Thank you, Katie.
All right, we have one more up currently, Timothy Johnson. Timothy Johnson, you are on.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name is Timothy Johnson. I am the Gifted and Talented Coordinator at Choice Charter. And I moved to Iowa specifically from Kansas City because it has the best gifted law in the region. I was willing to move away from family at least a few hours. And so it's been 7 years now. I've lived in Iowa and I have a great time teaching in public schools. I love public schools. But there was something about charter this particular Choice Charter that really grabbed me because I saw the potential for being able to meet the needs of high ability learners who don't necessarily slot into the ways that public school always can meet the needs. And what I'm seeing is that all of the programs that I spent 5 years working for in my previous school district to try to implement were things that we had immediately done in Choice Charter when I had started. The ability to allow students to work at their own pace, whether that's faster or slower. And the best practices in gifted education are the things that I'm seeing being done at the very baseline at Choice. And those are the same kinds of things that I see working so well also for the kids that we have on IEPs. So for any kid who is not necessarily fitting into the exact way that public school has to run given local situations and given physical buildings. I just see time and time again, every single day, kids that I work with, whether I'm running a club and we've got a kid who's an IEP kid, we definitely have some twice exceptional learners who are both on IEPs and in our gifted program, or just those who are high ability learners who haven't been able to fit into the exact ways that their local public schools are working. We're meeting these individual needs of kids every single day. And it's just so exciting to come to work every day knowing that Education, as I have always seen that it can work, is working really well on a just day-to-day basis.
Okay, thank you so much for your comments.
All right, is there anyone else from the public that would like to make a comment? Again, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 if you're calling in. And I'm seeing nobody else. So I think we can proceed.
All right, we will end the public comment part of the agenda and move on to the consent agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. I just passed right over our news. We'd like to welcome our new director to the meeting and back to the state of Iowa and obviously to the Department of Education. So welcome, Director Rawls.
Thank you, President Robbins. I thought it was something I'd said, but all I said was hello. So it's great to be with you today. As the president said, it's great to be back in Iowa. It's been a while for me, but it's a special place, as all of you know. And so I'm happy to be here and excited about this new role. In speaking with President Robbins before the meeting, we thought the most useful time since I've been this is day 7 for me. So I still have a lot to learn. Much has been done in 7 days, but I have not transformed anything yet or created a world. So but we thought maybe a little intro, a little bit more about myself to use this director's time. As most of you probably know, I've been involved in state government. I was in state government for about 10 years, about 4 years of which was working in the Florida legislature as education staff on the education committee, and then 2.5 years in the Florida Department of Education. For the last 15 years, I've been doing policy work focused on education policy, mostly in the state of Ohio, for a variety of different organizations. For the last 9 years, it was at the Thomas B. Fordham Institute, where our focus was trying to improve educational outcomes for all students. And that will be the focus that I bring here. It's something I think that certainly Governor Reynolds has made a priority of trying to ensure all Iowans get a great education. And that will be part of our focus as I come into this role. In that role, I worked on a wide variety of issues, things like school funding, private school choice, charter schools, state and district report cards, accountability systems, literacy, a lot of the issues that I know are very important to all of you and to educators across the state. So hopefully that those experiences will serve me well. I don't shy away from data or tough problems, so I'm looking forward to tackling some of the things here. Speaking about in terms of what it's going to look like from a process perspective here as I get started in this new role. I think the most important thing for me is to listen and learn. I need to have a better understanding of what's working, what we're doing really well, and where we can improve, and the challenges we face. So that will be sort of my focus over the next couple of months. It's going to be very much a listen and learn. I've already met, of course, with all the departments, division directors, and now I'm meeting with bureau chiefs who do so much of the important work around the agency. After that, I'll be meeting with all of you, looking forward to those conversations, learning about your priorities and sort of and your perspective of what's going well and where we can do better. And then, of course, with the field, the folks that actually are educating students, from in classrooms all across the state, superintendents, teachers, and also with families, and trying to figure out from them, where we can continue to do a better job. So that'll be my focus for the next couple of months. In terms of personal background, which is sometimes helpful, I think it's always important to understand the perspective that someone brings. I have 3 children, 28, 22, and 19 years old. All of them attended public schools and got a great education. They're now in public universities as well. My wife and I are both graduates of Iowa Public High Schools. She graduated from Knoxville. I won't tell you the year because I like being married. And I graduated from Clinton High School in Eastern Iowa. So we are committed, or I am committed, excuse me, to ensuring that the type of education I received, other students have that same opportunity. And it's growing up, I was the first person in my immediate family to graduate high school. And I wouldn't have had the opportunities I've had without receiving a great education. So I'm hopeful that we can give students today the same opportunities that all of us had that our schools continue to open doors for success, whether that's going to college or going directly to the workforce or whatever students, whatever their priorities are. Last thing, role of the department, sort of what my focus will be. While I'm open-minded and still thinking about what our priorities will be in terms of specifics, a couple of things. First off, we are an executive agency. Our job, first and foremost, is to implement the laws of the state. The General Assembly will pass the laws, and we're going to implement them faithfully. Secondly, I will be focused on outcomes, putting students first, transparency, not being afraid of the data. Sometimes we're going to like it and we'll be able to tell a great story, and sometimes we'll identify areas and things we can do better. And so that will be a priority. And thirdly, I want to recognize and embrace our role as a supporting organization. The professionals in this department are really good at their jobs. And I want to make sure they are freed up to be responsive to you, to the legislature, to the governor, to educators and superintendents around the state, so folks can get answers to do the important work of educating our kids and giving them every opportunity. So those will sort of be the priorities as we move forward. And that's sort of my intro. Couple things going on, and of course the team can answer questions. But I wanted to flag 3 items that are really big right now going on. First off, school safety. The governor had a very important press conference this week talking about the Safe and Sound program. The department has also rolled out a critical incident mapping service that we're hoping many districts will take advantage of to be able to ensure that districts and law enforcement are able to respond quickly when incidents happen at schools. Secondly, as you probably know, an alignment bill passed that will change the structure of state government and have some moving pieces. The department is involved in those things as well. Now that the bill has passed, those conversations are being more involved, and it's so far it looks to be a very well coordinated effort. It's a big task, but we'll be spending a lot of time making sure we get that right as those pieces move around so that no balls get dropped and students continue to be well served. And then thirdly, there was, of course, as you all know, an educational savings account bill that passed in January and was signed into law. So you'll be seeing more on that. We're working through the contracting process to get a vendor to administer aspects of that program, and also the rulemaking process, which will be coming before you probably the next board meeting. So that's a lot in addition to trying to figure out everything that's going on. But I think that's enough for now, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain those as well.
Welcome again. We're
Thank
happy
you.
to have you with us. Okay, thank you, Director. Now, let's move to the consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented. I'll second, but I would ask that my name be corrected in both minutes.
Oh, did I spell it wrong?
First name.
Oh,
It's spelled right later in the agenda,
Okay.
only where it says members present.
okay.
It says Rob.
All right. We have a motion and a corrected second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of approving the consent agenda with the changes noted indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. All right, we have the appeal decision with the Gilbert Community School District.
Members of the board, Director Aldis, this is one of 2 appeal decisions on your agenda today. You were reviewing a proposed decision from Administrative Law Judge Laura Lockhart. I did not preside over this matter because I had presided over some prior state complaints concerning these parties and this issue. So I recused myself from further proceedings. The appellant is present for oral argument. The appellee and counsel are present via Zoom. Attorney Carrie Weber and Superintendent Christine Trujillo, if they could be promoted to speakers at this time. The elevator speech on the issue, and then I will let the parties speak for and against the proposed decision from Judge Lockhart, is whether or not the First Amendment requires the ability to videotape at school, in this particular context, IEP team meetings. And with that, I'm going to, with your permission, yield the floor to the appellant to present his oral argument in favor of reversing Judge Lockhart's decision. So you may please join the table. Sit here. Yes, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, other members of the board. My name is Eric Henley, and I'm representing the appellants in this case. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This is truly an honor to be able to speak for the State Board of Education. I want to briefly cover a few points. Before I do that, I want to clarify what was previously said. This case is more about the text of the policy that the school board has passed. The judge decided that the specific issue of recording IEP meetings was not relevant in this case. So this is about the specific text of the policy. And what I'm challenging is not whether the First Amendment always requires people to be able to record in the school environment. What I'm challenging is whether the text of the policy should give unbridled discretion to the school officials to determine when recording should be allowed and when it shouldn't be allowed. What I'm saying is there should be some criteria on when recording should be allowed in the school and when it shouldn't be allowed in the school. And this policy does not have any criteria in it to guide those decision makers in making those decisions. So I'll cover a few points briefly here. The school district argues this case differs from Tinker because Tinker involved political speech and the present case does not. I respectfully disagree. The policy in question regulates video recording of school board meetings and IEP meetings. These recordings could certainly be used to engage in political speech. Furthermore, consider a scenario where my son wanted to wear a black armband to school to protest the school district's video recording policy. In this scenario, I, as a parent, may want to photograph my son wearing his black armband in front of the school and post this photograph on Facebook in an effort to criticize the school district's photography and video recording policy. This photograph and posting it to Facebook would also be political speech protected by the First Amendment. However, the way the policy is written, I must request permission from the school district to photograph my own son in front of the school, even if nobody else would be captured in the photograph. In response to this request, any teacher, coach, or administrator can deny it without even giving me a reason for denying it. This unbridled discretion has been thoroughly rejected by the Supreme Court in Shuttlesworth v. Birmingham and Lakewood v. Plain Dealer. In addition, in Citizens United v. FEC, the Supreme Court stated that laws that burden political speech are subject to strict scrutiny. The proposed decision only applies the rational basis test. The Seventh Circuit recently rejected applying rational basis review to school speech cases in June of 2022 in NJ v. Sonnabend. Because the proposed decision gives unbridled discretion to school officials regarding a free speech issue and incorrectly applies the rational basis test, we respectfully request that the State Board reverse the decision and strike down the school district's policy as unconstitutional. I yield and will take any questions at this time if you'd like to.
I have a question, just kind of as a threshold matter. There's a lot of discussion in the opinion, the draft opinion, and a lot of discussion you mentioned about standards and federal case law dealing with the First Amendment. we're not, some of us are attorneys, but we're not judges, and we're certainly not federal judges.
Sure.
Are we competent, or do we have the authority? Is this the appropriate forum to be adjudicating the constitutionality of things?
The school board made a decision on this case. Under Iowa Code Section 290.1, I have the right as a parent to appeal a school board decision to the State Board of Education. The State Board of Education, based on that section of the code, is required by law to make a decision on this case. From there, if the state board, then I have the opportunity to appeal it. I would have also had the opportunity to take this directly into state or federal court. I have chosen to bring this matter before the state board in an effort to save money for the school district, in an effort to resolve this. I'm trying to exhaust my administrative remedies. If I take something in the federal court without exhausting my administrative remedies, it can be dismissed for that problem also.
Thank you.
I had a question when I read through this. So the issue of videotaping of an IEP meeting, is that the issue?
That is what originally raised this case. After I requested to video record an IEP meeting, the school board passed a precursor to this policy, trying to make it so that the school staff would be able to approve or deny video recording inside the school. So this policy was passed as a response to my request to record IEP meetings. Do you mind if I grab my water bottle?
Please do. So the rationale for videotaping an IEP meeting was what?
It's my opinion that in past IEP meetings, I've been subjected to intimidation, threats, and my reason for trying to record these meetings was to document that so that I could submit it to the Department of Education.
What type of threats have you received?
The most obvious one, November 28th, 2018, I believe it was. I'm not certain on the year, but I know it was November 28th. I asked a question of my IEP team and asked, what happens if we don't agree to the IEP you're proposing? And in response to that, Principal Amy Griffin stated, then my son, I'm not going to state his name because it's an open meeting, will be suspended indefinitely. And under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, students may not be suspended indefinitely. In addition to that, a school principal does not have the authority to indefinitely suspend a student. Only the school board has the authority to do that. So the fact that the school principal made that threat to me without involving the school board, I thought was extremely inappropriate.
Do I understand correctly that they provide you an opportunity to audio record the meeting?
This is true.
Okay, and that wasn't sufficient?
There have also been cases where there have been papers handed across the table, or this would have been spring of 2019. There was some paperwork handed across the table that I requested to take home. It was a draft IEP, and the school principal refused to allow me to take that home. So there are things that happen during IEP meetings that I think could be captured on video, which would not be adequately captured on audio recordings. I would further say that the fact that they've allowed me to audio record has nothing to do with whether or not I have a First Amendment right to video record also. The other thing is, I would say this meeting right now is being audio recorded and video recorded, I believe. So why should a school board meeting or a state board meeting be allowed to be audio or video recorded, but not an IEP meeting? An IEP team has power to override board policies. So if the IEP team has power to override board policies, that IEP team should be subject to the same level of scrutiny that the school board is.
There could be one difference, is that this is a public meeting, an IEP meeting is not a public meeting.
This is true, but I have a right under federal law to be in attendance at that IEP meeting. And the school has advanced no important reason, compelling interest for not allowing me to video record the IEP meeting.
One last question. Are you aware of any IEP meetings in Gilbert Community School District that have been video recorded?
I am not. I would not have, as a parent, I have no way to gather information about what happens in other IEP meetings.
So I have a question. So it sounds like this policy was passed to protect the privacy of staff, teachers, students, and that you would have been allowed to audio record, correct?
That is correct.
So
Actually, the policy also gives them the ability to deny my right to audio record. So given the fact, if the board approves this decision, the school district will have the discretion to also deny my request to audio record in the future.
and so you're asking about whether, I guess the issue here is that no criteria was in place, right, with the policy that was approved by the state board, the local board.
That's the main issue, is that this policy gives unlimited discretion to teachers, coaches, administrators to determine when recording will be allowed on school property and when it won't be. So the school superintendent could give permission for another parent to video record IEP meetings and not give me permission to record IEP meetings. And there would be no way for me to challenge that. Because if I'm going to try to make an as-applied challenge to that decision, I can't, because the policy provides no procedures or guidance for the school superintendent to follow in making that decision.
So am I correct in assuming that the only way that you would, I guess, want this to be changed is to make it so that a staff member maybe could not refuse you if you want to video record that? So then how would that protect their privacy? And how would that, criteria, right? So there needs to be some allowance in there for them to say no, right?
I
If
absolutely.
the person feels uncomfortable being recorded in that meeting, then there needs to be some allowance for them to be able to protect themselves.
I agree that there are cases in the school environment where recording should not be allowed to protect the privacy of certain individuals. I would say in most cases, that should be students. This board is video recording me right now, and it's making me feel uncomfortable because this is being broadcast to the entire state of Iowa. In order to exercise my rights as a citizen, I'm having to subject myself to that. In my arguments, I argued multiple times. There's two cases, one from Texas that was a state case and another one from Illinois, where the courts decided that teachers are not entitled to privacy in the performance of their duties. Teachers are government officials who are being paid by taxpayers to conduct IEP meetings, teach students, attend board meetings. They should be, because they are government officials and because they are being paid by taxpayers, they should be subject to scrutiny for their actions. They are not entitled to invoke privacy to avoid being recorded in any time they're acting in their official capacity. Now, kind of on a side rail, I'm not arguing that I should be able to go into the school bathroom and video record the teachers. That would invade their privacy. What I'm saying is I should be able to video record the staff performing their duties when they are doing something that is affecting citizens. I would also say that this IEP team shouldn't retreat to the bathroom to avoid being video recorded. Just like the state board couldn't do that. The state board has to meet in an open meeting room where people can come in and out of the room and see what's happening.
So for clarification, you think it would be all right then to videotape a teacher teaching a class? For somebody to request to do that?
Well, in the two cases I cited in my arguments, both of those cases were cases where the school district was going into the classroom and video recording the teachers. And in both of those cases, the courts decided, the teachers appealed that, saying it violated their privacy and filed lawsuits against the school districts. And the courts decided that the teachers are not entitled to privacy in their classrooms. Now, when it comes to students video recording a classroom during the school day, we have to be very careful because those students might capture video of other students, and their video recording may create a substantial disruption to the school environment. It's not certain that it will, but that's not really the direction I'm trying to go with this case. The point, that's an as-applied challenge to the policy. The point of this is the teacher shouldn't be allowed to, if, let's say, two students in the same classroom request to record the teacher. Under the way the policy is written right now, one student could be permitted to record the teacher and the other student can be denied to record the teacher. And the teacher doesn't even have to give a reason for why he or she did that. So there's no way for that student whose request to record the classroom was denied to prove that their constitutional rights have been violated. If the policy says you must request to, when you request to record, you must agree to not capture other students. That would help make it a little bit better.
You're asking that the district have criteria in place that would give the teacher some latitude for making a decision. So what you're really saying is, tell us why.
Yeah.
What are the circumstances? Put down the criteria that you expect teachers to use so there's consistency. Is that, am I understanding?
Exactly. That's what Shuttlesworth v. Birmingham and like Plain Dealer are all about.
So in this, my second comment or question would be, so what is common practice around you? Have you looked at other school districts that perhaps have this criteria written down? Is there another district close to you or that you think is a model?
During this case, the appellees provided a copy of not a draft, an example policy by the IASB of video recording. And that policy stated that it stated that all video recording inside the school will be regulated. It didn't have any criteria either. One of the things I'm trying to get at with this case is that the policy in question is under-inclusive. What I mean by that is the policy makes it so parents and students are regulated in their request to video record, but it does not provide any regulation of teachers. And there was actually during the pendency of this case, we have told the school on multiple occasions, we do not want our students to be photographed or video recorded by teachers inside the school. During the pendency of this case, we had two different school staff members video record our son and one of the school staff members photograph our son while this case was pending before the state board. So the problem is I am being told I can't video record in the school environment while the teachers are doing it with impunity.
Sure. So even if there were criteria, you might challenge that. Which, I mean, obviously you'd have the right to do that.
Sure.
So you might not be satisfied with the criteria that they put in place if it didn't provide you the kind of relief you're describing.
Sure. There is still an opportunity. I don't think that the state board, based on what's pending before right now, can decide that I have a right to video record IEP meetings. What I do think the state board can do right now is tell the school they must provide some criteria. Really, the question in this case is, when is video recording allowed in the school environment and when is it not allowed in the school environment? This policy gives no guidance whatsoever on when it should be allowed and when it should be denied. Based on that, the teachers are doing whatever they want without any repercussions at all. And parents, I think, my personal opinion is that this policy was written specifically to prevent me from recording IEP meetings. In this case, my son testified. All of the students in Gilbert School District, at least above a certain grade level, are issued Chromebooks when they go to school. All of these Chromebooks have video cameras in them. Earlier in this school year, there were other students in my son's science class, and he testified to this, who took pictures of him using the cameras on their Chromebooks, and nothing was done about it, as far as we know. So really, from my perspective, this policy was written to target me specifically as an individual and my family.
Thank you.
From whom did you seek consent under this policy?
I actually requested, okay. I have not actually asked under the current policy. This current policy was passed in September 2022. My previous requests to video record IEP meetings were made in February of 2019, September of 2018, and August of 2021. So my request to video record IEP meetings, for the most part, predate this policy.
Who's present? Which members of the school administration or faculty are present during these IEP meetings? Not to name names, just their roles or.
Typically, there is one general education teacher. There's one special education teacher. There's typically the regional director from the Heartland AEA, a school psychologist from Heartland AEA, school principal, school superintendent, and the special education director.
It says 6. Am I counting that right? Plus you. And
That's correct. I know, I have to write them down. I know there have been several cases where there's been 7.
Okay, quite a few.
So that's one of the points I'm trying to make here too. Here you have 2 parents, possibly only, in some cases, possibly only 1. Many special education students have parents who are single moms, maybe don't speak English, and here they are sitting in an IEP meeting with 7 people with advanced degrees and entire law firms that are funded by taxpayers to fight on their behalf. And you have this single mom who might not speak English trying to support their child against these 7 government officials.
Any other questions?
So can you tell us specifically what you're asking this board to do?
I think the only thing,
It appears to me it's evolved over time, but if you could please just say exactly what you would like.
I guess as far as it's evolved over, are you saying during this case or before this
I'm just
case?
asking, as we sit here right now, what do you want this board to do?
What I have challenged in this case is the board's decision to approve a policy that regulates video recording in the school environment, which has no criteria for staff to follow. What I'm asking the board to do is strike the policy that the board passed in September of 2022 down as unconstitutional under the First Amendment. So I want you to reverse the decision of the judge and say that the policy is unconstitutional because it provides no criteria and gives unbridled discretion to the school staff. What I would expect the school to do in response to this is to pass a new policy, which contains some criteria, which states when it is permissible to record in the school environment and when it is not permissible to record in the school environment. That's a very tall task. And I think it's maybe one that maybe should be elevated to the board here. When we have kids running around with cameras in the school district has video cameras all over its premises for security reasons. Cameras are everywhere in society now. So this is probably an issue that is bigger than just me or Gilbert Community School District. The state board may want to consider in the future, and that's outside of this case, how to regulate recording in the school environment in a way that complies with the First Amendment. But specifically what I'm asking you to do right now is simply to declare that this policy is unconstitutional under the First Amendment and prohibit Gilbert Community School District from enforcing the policy that is currently before you against me as written.
Any other questions?
Just one more question, please. So when you make recordings of meetings like this, there's always the possibility that recording might end up in the public for various reasons. I mean, there's always that possibility, not that you could be damaged way more than you would be by not recording that. That troubles me, that your student might be embarrassed in some way, potentially because of the recording of that data. In a video way, we live in a society now where we're all compelled to look around us and be concerned about who's recording what we're saying and what we're doing. I mean, it's scary.
I agree.
Would it not be a little scary to you to sit in one of those meetings with your student and afraid that this information might be might be public at some point.
I specifically am requesting to record these meetings. If I have the recordings that I make will be in my possession. If they get circulated publicly, that's my fault. And any embarrassment that comes to me will fall upon myself. If I'm permitted to video recorded meetings with school staff, I would assume that the school staff will also record the meeting. Based on, one of my exhibits talks about recordings of IEP meetings, and that under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, there's nothing in the idea that requires or prohibits schools from making decisions about recording meetings. This is a First Amendment issue. However, and this is in the record as an exhibit. I don't remember which exhibit it is, but any recording that the school district makes of an IEP meeting becomes a student record, and that student record is protected by FERPA. So if the school district leaks that video recording or audio recording of the meeting, it gets out publicly, there are repercussions for that. So there's legal protections. There's legal protections from the school distributing these video and audio recordings. And personally myself, yes, absolutely. These IEP meeting recordings could be very embarrassing to me and my family. As a parent, I would have control over those. It is my decision as a parent to decide if or how those videos should be distributed, because those videos can both provide embarrassment to my family, but in the case, I speculated about some terrible things that could happen at IEP meetings in my arguments. In the case of something very terrible happening in an IEP meeting, it may be in my best interest to circulate those video recordings rather than trying to maintain privacy of my son.
Do you think that maybe having the recordings would maybe prevent having a fruitful or a thorough discussion in an IEP meeting? Maybe there are some things that the psychologist would not say, knowing that they're being recorded, that maybe if they weren't being recorded, that they would feel more free to say, or, things that maybe a special education teacher would hold back from saying. I mean, people, when they're being recorded, have a tendency maybe not to be as open with thoughts and things like that, especially in such an intimate environment and something, involving a student IEP plan. So
I absolutely agree that people change their behavior when they're being recorded. Some of the purpose of requesting to record the meeting was to change the behavior of the people. Because in my opinion, before the recording started, the behavior of the people was inappropriate in the IEP meetings. I was trying to provide a deterrent to some inappropriate behavior. It would be my personal, I would love it. I would love to not be here today. This is kind of, as you can see from the history of this case, this is a long chain of issues. I would love for the IEP team to be functioning and not have disagreements, to not be threatened by school principals. I would love for that to happen, but that's not what has happened in this case. That's where we are now. I have to document what's happening in order to protect myself and my family. That's why I've requested this. I didn't just decide one day, oh, this would be a great idea to video record IEP meetings. I made that request in response to a series of issues that I felt needed to be documented. It would be my personal preference to never, ever have to record a meeting. It's just, that's where I'm at, is I had to make the request to try to protect myself and my family. And I'm still here 5 years later, trying to advocate for this position, because it's not about, this case is not about whether people wouldn't speak the way they want to in a meeting because they're being recorded. This case is about whether or not I have a First Amendment right to video record government officials who are discussing my son in a meeting where I'm present. It's only about the First Amendment. It's not about whether I'm deterring these people. Yes, it is going to deter them. I absolutely agree. The question is, do I have a First Amendment right to do it or not?
How's the school record?
In the past, typically, the school, both, since I started making these requests, the school has audio recorded and I have audio recorded.
If we say no today, to you, you're not done with this issue, are you? So if we would say no today, you will appeal this. Is that fair?
I don't think it's fair to ask me that question
I
right now.
apologize because Mr. Haley, I'm just asking.
Sure.
You're looking for relief. I'm trying not to be, I'm not second guessing.
I don't want to sit here and try to threaten the board either. I don't know.
I understand.
I don't.
Well, I think it's fair to say that if whatever we decide today is final agency action, correct? And so then he has the right to go to district court.
If I may, any aggrieved party from your decision today has appeal rights under Iowa Code Chapter whoever is aggrieved by this decision. That's always the outcome of final agency action. So every party has appeal rights under that code chapter.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you. You gave me much more time than what I was allotted, so I appreciate that.
Thanks for answering our questions.
Thank you. All right. So now we're going to hear from,
I believe Terry Weber and Christine Trujillo are here representing that. I believe Ms. Weber is counsel of record.
Yes, can you hear me?
yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. My name is Terry Weber. I'm with Allers and Cooney, and I'm here this morning on behalf of the Gilbert Community School District, along with Superintendent Dr. Christine Trujillo. I just want to begin. I feel it's important to state that we vehemently disagree with the appellant's characterization of how he has been treated during IEP meetings and whether there have been, I believe he cited threats and intimidation from school administrators. Again, cannot state enough how much we disagree with that characterization. Principal Griffin is probably one of the finest and most patient and understanding administrators I've had the honor of working with during my career as a school attorney. And I think it's important to clear the air here and say that school staff has done nothing but try to work with the appellant and for the betterment of his student. So I don't think we can leave that unaddressed, and I want to begin there. There have been many avenues raised by the appellant that are simply irrelevant to the issue at hand, which is a very narrow appeal of the Gilbert Community School District's board adoption of the handbook language. The handbook language does require students or visitors to get permission before taking pictures, videos, or audio recordings, on school property. On appeal of that decision under the state rules and law, the ALJ is looking at whether or not the board abused its discretion in adopting that language. That's the standard that the ALJ is tasked with here. Did the board abuse its discretion in adopting this language? And one of the questions underlying that question of discretion is, did this policy violate the First Amendment? And as noted by the board, you are not federal judges, and I would urge you to defer to the expertise of the administrative law judge who determined, in fact, that there is not a First Amendment issue with this language, and that in fact it falls squarely under the board of directors' ability to regulate the school district environment, to maintain order, to maintain privacy within the school district environment, and that this handbook language, is in furtherance of that right of the board to maintain an orderly and productive learning environment. It is not hard to imagine how quickly disruption may occur if parents, students, visitors are given an unfettered right to videotape, photograph, audio record in what is supposed to be a learning environment. Even assuming, well, I'd like to step back just for a second and just say that we've talked a lot about what is the First Amendment right at issue here, and it has not been established in any case law cited by the appellant that there is a First Amendment right for a visitor to come in and record in a school environment. The cases cited by appellant pertaining to recording teachers and recording government officials have not been in the context that we have here, which is a parent coming to a school district and wanting to record employees who are simply trying to do their job. So the ALJ said in her decision that the cases cited by the appellant are not applicable because they're in a different context. For example, the teacher being recorded was in an employment context. The district was reviewing her job performance. So not the same factual scenario that we're faced with here. So the appellant has not even proved at the outset the crucial question, which is that he does in fact have such a First Amendment right to record in this setting and in the manner that he wishes to do so. So we would argue that there's no First Amendment right at all, but even assuming that such a right exists, that the handbook language does not infringe upon that right because it is reasonably related to the board's authority to maintain the orderly school district environment. That is what the ALJ concluded. This policy was not written to target any particular viewpoint, any particular individual. It is simply a general overarching language and policy to ensure that the school district environment focuses on learning and that we don't devolve into chaos, essentially. So we urge the board to affirm the ALJ's decision to rely upon her legal reasoning. That is the job that she is tasked with doing, is analyzing the legal issues present in the case. And we urge you to affirm that decision, which concluded that this language and the requirement that visitors and students get permission to record is reasonable and does not violate the First Amendment. I'm also happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Question.
What is disruptive about the appellant video recording an IEP meeting with staff?
Yeah, I would argue that question is not at issue here, first of all, but I'm happy to answer it. But as noted, we have allowed the appellant to audio record each and every meeting that he has attended. So there are audio recordings going back several years of every IEP meeting. And I think that one of your fellow board members asked the question, which sort of gets to the heart of it, is that it's very uncomfortable for staff to be video recorded in this setting. They are trying to be present and be helpful for the student. And in this case, the appellant has filed numerous, I'm not going to pull out an exact number here, but several legal challenges and complaints to the state against staff members, even against staff members individually. So there is a culture there, actually, some tension, if you will, in conducting the IEP team business, and a fear, I guess, that video may be used by the appellant for purposes outside of what he's represented here today, which is advocacy for his child. So it's uncomfortable. It creates a tension that is really not conducive to creating an educational plan for a student, which is what the goal of the IEP team is. And again, that information is still being gathered in audio. There's a permanent recording of all of those meetings. It seemed unnecessary to, again, insert a video camera into the room, which just makes things uncomfortable.
So is the balance here his right to memorialize the conversations and his interactions with public officials as it relates to his son against disruption in school, or is it against the balance of his rights of record and memorialize against privacy of teachers and administrators? Because
well, I think
it seems like you're arguing both, but I wonder if that's the case.
Yeah, I think it's all of those things. I think when we look at the Tinker standard related to student conduct, right? And it said that if there's substantial disruption in a school district environment, that the school district can regulate that. We have never had a Tinker standard applied in a case like this. Like I said, to my knowledge, there is no, such a case does not exist, right? So what is the First Amendment standard that we're grappling with? I'm not sure we could all agree on today, even if we were all federal judges. So, the question before the board is not whether it's disruptive for him to videotape an IEP meeting. The question is whether the board abuses discretion in requiring parents and visitors to get permission to record, if that makes sense. So I think the judge concluded that the First Amendment, even if such a First Amendment right exists, that it is a rational basis test. So not a substantial disruption test, but a rational basis, which is, did the board have a reasonable basis to adopt its policy, which we are arguing, of course, that it did, because it's tasked with maintaining the learning environment. And so one of those, it goes straight to the heart of maintaining the learning environment for employees and students.
Is it the school district's position that any teacher or school administrator at the IEP, any one of them could say, go ahead and video, and it would be allowed?
Well, I think at that point, it would be an administrative decision. I mean, you're in a.
I'm just reading the policy.
Yeah.
It says without the consent of a teacher, we'll forget coach for a minute, or school administrator. We were told there's 7 people in the room. I'm kind of familiar with IEPs. So if a teacher or school administrator says videotaping is allowed, then what happens?
Sure. Well, I think if you have, there's a hierarchy in school as well. So we'd have a superintendent, a principal, a teacher. I think that hierarchy is very clear. And also, I think we would expect, if reasonable minds differed, that we do what we always do at an IEP table, which is to have a conversation and try to reach a mutual agreement about how that meeting would be memorialized. So I will leave it there.
But conceivably, it could, 6 people in the room could be perfectly comfortable being videotaped and have no problem with it. And 7 could say, no, I just don't want that to happen with me. And that could change the outcome of the question.
Well, I think that group of people would have to decide then, what is the rationale. Again, we've not established that there is a First Amendment right to record that meeting. So I think that group of people would have to decide, what's the rationale for recording? What do we need this information for? Is it sufficient to have an audio recording of that meeting? And that group would have to decide, based on the comfort level of all of the participants.
So is it your position that there's no basis for any appeal here? Or is it your position that on its face, the policy is constitutional?
Yes, our position is that the ALJ correctly concluded that the Gilbert Board of Directors did not abuse its discretion in adopting this handbook language. And the reason for that is because there is no First Amendment right that's been clearly identified or established by the appellant that even has the right to video record in the manner he chooses. But also that the board has this important job of maintaining a learning environment, and that this handbook language just furthers that role of the board.
A point of clarification, the appellant had mentioned that they were given permission to audio record. So apparently at that point, there was no written policy.
I'm not sure what the previous handbook language was. There has always been some language regarding recording in the Gilbert Community School District handbooks. I can't tell you sitting here today what the previous language said, because we've been focused on this, but I believe there was similar language previously. And as noted by the appellant, this language is similar to what is in place from the model policies of the Iowa Association of School Boards, which, as you all know, are widely accepted throughout the state. So I think, also this question about should there be criteria, I don't think we're here to, to second guess and say, well, they should have done it differently. They should have written it in a different way. I think this is the way that this language appears, probably in 90% of the state. So, and again, that's just off the cuff. I can't present that to you as a fact.
That's not in the record, right? What
Correct.
You just said. That was the line of where I was headed, was that, so the school board then took a look, I assume in response to some of these complaints, and they drew up a new policy. The issue then became, he still didn't like the new policy.
Correct.
Is that?
And I don't want to speak to, and Dr. Trujillo maybe remembers better than I do, But there was some question from the board that the handbook said different things. So the language in the high school handbook, for example, was different than what was in the elementary school handbook. And so there was some need to, when this issue arose, make sure that all of those said the same thing. So I can't sit here today and tell you exactly, again, what was previously there and how it's different from what's here now, but
But the point is that the board did clarify in writing, in the handbook, this is our policy. So the issue really boils down to whether or not you like what the board policy is. I mean, you can argue all day long about First Amendment and other things, but does the board have the authority to set that policy, and is it a reasonable policy?
yes, I agree, correct.
Other questions?
Maybe just summarize for me again, what are we afraid of in the video that we're not afraid of in the audio?
Yeah, I primarily, it has been a question of staff comfort. And I guess we would disagree with the appellant's position that staff are, teachers, school psychologists, they're not elected government officials. They are school board members. They are employees trying to do their job. And in a situation where you have a parent who has filed numerous complaints, creates a lot of emotional distress, as you can imagine. And we would disagree that those individuals have no right to privacy. They're also human beings trying to do their job. We've tried to balance the appellant's right to advocate for himself and his child by allowing audio recordings. Video just adds another layer of discomfort, having a video camera in the room, knowing that your face is recorded. So I think largely it is a matter of staff comfort and privacy that the decision was made to allow the audio recording rather than video recording.
Is it your position that the appellant's ability to videotape or audio record his interactions with administrators and teachers is the same as students TikToking or something in class, and like those they have the same interests and they should be regulated in the same way, or held to the same standard, governed by the same rule? Are those the same thing to you?
Not necessarily. I think every situation would be different, right? And I think that the First Amendment law reflects that. Like I said, we have First Amendment law with respect to, for example, teacher speech, on-duty teacher speech versus student speech. And those are governed by different First Amendment standards under the Supreme Court and federal case law. So no, I don't think it's the same in every situation. And I think that this policy or handbook language, leaves room for that.
Based on teacher comfort.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Based on the comfort level of staff, of an individual staff member.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat your question?
So this regulation allows for this policy allows for the regulation of the expression of those interests based on the comfort level of staff. I mean, that's the standard that ultimately decides, because there's no explicit standard or criteria in the policy that determines how any given decision should go one way or the other.
I guess I would disagree with that. I'm telling you, in the particular decision that was made involving the appellant, which again is not at issue in the case, was made partly because of staff comfort. I think there are going to be several factors that go into a staff member's decision about allowing recording in any given moment, one of which may be their comfort level, but of course, be hard to speculate as to what else may be going on in any given situation. But student privacy, staff privacy, FERPA, those kinds of things are all going to play a part. But simply because staff comfort was at issue in this particular situation, I would disagree that is the main factor in every decision that's made.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right. There's no further questions.
I would just ask Mr. President if the superintendent had anything she would like to say.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear
Good
me?
morning.
Okay? Yes, thank you for just a few minutes. I just wanted to reaffirm what we heard from Ms. Weber. I also really appreciate her comments as we started, is that we have worked diligently with the appellant to ensure that we're doing everything we can to provide the best possible service and education for their student, who we love and care about deeply, and look at his success and talk about those particular pieces. So I'm very grateful to our staff and our board and for all their hard work and dedication that we put in to make sure that we're having the most successful experience for all of our children, but specifically for the appellant's child. So that's my comments, and thank you for your time this morning. And I think Ms. Weber presented our where we are and our feelings toward that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rod. All right. So as a board, Thomas, do we discuss and decide?
Discuss and decide.
All right. So make sure I hit this a step there. Insights from the board.
I'm troubled by the lack of any standard at all. I think that the principle is correct. There should be an ability to permit audio recording for the purposes of maintaining a school environment that's conducive to education. I disagree that there's not a First Amendment right here. Video recording public officials is well established if it's done for expressive purposes. It seems, based on the testimony today or the oral argument today, that this is for expressive purposes, for memorializing interactions for purposes of potential redress if things don't go the way that he likes. And I kind of reject the notion that teachers have a privacy right that trumps parents' First Amendment right. That said, I don't know that we can. I mean, as my first question was that, are we a competent body to decide First Amendment questions? Is this the appropriate forum? We are. If we are, I don't see how this rule, absent any kind of standard governing the discretion of teachers, administrators, or coaches, could be deemed reasonable. It seems it's completely arbitrary. Those are my thoughts.
Trying to imagine what an IEP meeting looks like. John certainly knows what those look like. I'm thinking as a teacher, myself, put me in that position, and I was a teacher for 33 years, and it is kind of a scary one in some ways, but I'm looking in an IEP meeting for all the candor that people can share in the interest of trying to improve the life of that child. We care a lot about those kids that come in, and this could be the beginning of something really good for a student, that we're going to meet the needs of that student in a way perhaps that we haven't before. We're going to try, at least. That's what this is about. Anything that would limit the candor of the comments there that would be helpful in the life of that student, I don't get and I don't like. That's not a legal point of view. It's just my imagination as I look at that meeting and I'm looking at that student and saying, how can we help this kid? And I want to be just as candid in that meeting as I can. I guess the more you put me out in the public, the less candid I might be. Just a thought and a comment.
Well, I think, as a government official, I guess I wouldn't agree that they don't have a right to privacy, right? If someone, it's a meeting, it's a private meeting. There's a reason why these meetings aren't held out in the open, right? It's an IEP meeting with a student. There are personal things that are being talked about. Now, there is another means. There's audio recording that's available. So I don't understand why the video recording is necessary, right? I don't see how you can kind of get past that necessary threshold. if you can audio record the meetings and you have that and you can keep that, then I think that that should be sufficient. And if there's complaints or anything like that about how those meetings are being handled, I don't know if video recording is going to be the proper means to handle those. And then kind of, I don't know what happens to the video recording. Is it going to be sent to the department? Is it going to be sent to the media? I don't know. But then any risk of having those meetings exposed, I mean, it seems like it just damages the student more than anything. So I just don't understand why it's necessary, especially when you have the audio recordings. And I mean, as a teacher, I mean, I would feel like I would have the right to walk away from that and say, I choose not to participate in this, right? There's no obligation or anything like that for them to participate in a meeting that's being recorded if they don't consent to it. So,
I mean, do they have a right to walk away? Like, can they not?
I mean, I think as a state employee, if someone comes up to me and they're recording me, I think I have a right to say, I choose not to engage in this and I'm going to walk away. I mean, maybe not as a state board member, but like as a state employee, if someone comes up to me and is just like recording me in my face and I didn't consent to it, I think I have a right to walk away from that. I didn't consent to it. I choose not to engage. I mean, they can record me.
Sure.
But like, I don't think I have to respond to anything. And I can just say that I choose not to engage in this, right? And I mean, that meeting is not public. It's not subject to, public, like open meetings laws or anything like that, so.
He has a right to be there.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
I don't think it's saying that the meeting isn't subject to being videoed. It's saying, I think the question here is if they deny the opportunity to offer video, that there has to be an ask of criteria to explain why video isn't an option. So.
Well, I think it's like a criteria to see whether or not they should, right? And so it's kind of like direct their decision-making kind of process and to see. But then again, it's still a decision that they have to make and they could still say no, right?
Do you recognize any distinction between audio in terms of like candor and comfort level? They're being recorded. And so their privacy.
In audio, right? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So like, if they're being recorded, why not video recorded, audio recorded?
I mean, I think video is a lot more personal than.
Sure, but at that point, it is personal, which means it's arbitrary. Decision that's based on personal whim rather than reason or any kind of system. And that's my problem, is that it is arbitrary.
I still think with the criteria, I still think that there's room for it. I mean, I don't think that's going to get to everything, right? And so I still think there's going to be room in there for it to be a personal decision or for it to be, and to limit it. And so I don't think that necessarily having more criteria in here, unless, I mean, I don't know if do you have like, I guess, are you thinking of certain criteria? I guess I don't even know what criteria you would think that would be, because I haven't heard any criteria. No one suggests any criteria. So like, I don't even know what you're thinking of. I have no idea. Criteria, what does that mean? Someone tell me something.
I mean, if you're being asked to decide whether or not this is like an appeals body is not going to rewrite it for the appellee or the appellant. They say, no, this is not good. Take it back and do it again. And it's their job to get it right the next time. So, I mean, if I was on the school board, or that's in that school district, I would have a lot to say and probably a lot of brainstorming sessions to develop some sort of structure, some system that guides decision making and gives parents and people who are subject to those decisions notice of how their actions will be decided by the people deciding those actions. But I don't think that's our job.
Yeah, maybe my insight is that board policies are written in a broad sense. And to think that a school district or a school, high school, middle school, elementary school, can come up with criteria that would cover every situation would be mind-boggling.
Sure.
I mean, and so to me, the question before us is that is the school board policy reasonable? If it's reasonable, was it reasonably applied? Then in my eyes, if it's a reasonable policy, if it's reasonably applied, then the school board should be affirmed. Now, we can argue that they could have more criteria, but the criteria, you can take every situation and it's different. And this is a private, a private setting. The school officials involved determined that it was an audio that in accordance with their board policy, they were within their board policy of of acting. So from my point of view, I would support what the school board did, in my opinion. And obviously, please beg to differ with me.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, John, except I'd probably take it a step further. The question is not whether they acted reasonably, but whether they abused their discretion. To me, that's a little even, you know, we are here, every one of these, we defer to them unless we defer to the local board unless we find that they abuse their discretion. Not that we can write a better policy. We can all write a better policy, frankly. I am troubled by the policy. However, do I find it that they abuse their discretion? No, for the reasons that you just gave. But it's closer call than some of the other ones that I've sat at this table about. So, I feel constrained to say that I would have to defer to the local board, notwithstanding what I think are better alternatives to the policy, because there's no evidence to me that they abused their discretion, that they acted for inappropriate reasons, that they considered things they shouldn't consider. That's where I stand on it. I respect the comments that have been made by others at the table and frankly agree with many of them, but I don't know that we have the power to change that.
Other comments?
I think that I would move that we would affirm the decision of the Gilbert School District.
Been a motion made to confirm the decision of the Gilbert School District.
Second.
It's been seconded by Brian. Is there any further discussion? We'll do a roll call vote if we would. Carol, please.
Axiotis.
Aye.
Aye.
Halls.
Aye.
Payne.
Aye.
May.
Aye.
Peterson.
Nay.
Robbins.
Aye. All right. The decision is affirmed by the Gilbert School District. All right. We have our next appeal.
So Mr. Irwin, or whoever is captaining the Zoom ship, the participants on this appeal, if they are online, Nicholas Flood is the appellant. Kirkwood Community College is represented by Colette Atkins, and counsel of record for the district, or for the community college, is Mark Zager. I was the presiding officer in this matter. It's the first community college appeal in my memory. And I've been practicing before the state board and state department since the 90s. So yay, a novel question of fact. This concerns academic integrity policy. The question was, it was in the syllabus that you have to cite work that you use, even if you believe it's general knowledge, which I've emphasized for you, and then gave instructions to citing internet sources. Mr. Flood did not. Mr. Flood was required to take a course. It does not appear in his transcript. He completed the course at issue with an A. The A is recognized on his transcript. The question was it a violation of the academic integrity policy? The thrust was the policy language itself referred to an individual using another individual's work. And the allegation from Mr. Flood forcefully advanced that Cisco Corporation is not an individual. And when I walked through that argument, first, school board policies, community college policies do not need to be written with the precision of the criminal law. Second, There's no question about what this policy prohibits. Third, schools and community colleges need to be given some latitude, some play in the joints. And fourth, what's the point of an academic integrity policy? To ensure folks understand the material and understand academic conventions for citing and sourcing. The intent and scope of the policy was not to restrict it to individual authors, but to corporate authors also. And then finally, under Iowa law, the singular includes the plural and the plural includes the singular. The Cisco Corporation is what our senator from Utah, corporations are people, my friend. Corporations, collective authors. The text was not GPT generated. It was written by individuals and adopted by the corporation. There were a couple of other arguments that Mr. Flood made that I propose that you reject. You should not be required to cite common knowledge. Well, it was in the syllabus that he should be required to cite common knowledge. We defer to, I deferred in my proposed decision to the academic judgment of the network administrator instruction. And then Mr. Flood cited several other policies that might be better from other colleges and proposed those as alternatives. After considering that, the discretion that Chapter 290 in Section 290.1 provides to community colleges, their boards of directors, as well as to school districts, my recommendation to you is to affirm the judgment of the community college in this matter. Mr. Flood is here. If he's here to present oral argument, please promote him to a speaker. And if Ms. Atkins and Attorney Zager are here, or Dr. Atkins, I forgot her title, please promote them as well. And with that,
at this time, none of these individuals are present. Just want to let you know.
And were they present I know we're a little bit behind on the agenda. Were they present at any time during the Zoom?
I do not recall seeing them, no.
All right. And so with that, they were noticed that they had an opportunity to present oral argument. They've been given notice in the proposed decision of the date, and they were notified of the agenda. So I leave it to the board's sound discretion. My recommendation is to affirm.
Move to affirm.
Second.
Okay, then. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote again.
Passiotis.
Aye.
Bradley.
Aye.
Pauls.
Aye.
Payne.
Aye.
May.
Aye.
Peterson.
Aye.
Robbins.
Thank you.
What is, decision is affirmed. All right, Thomas, you want to hang over this one too?
Executive Order 10. When we last spoke about rules, I anticipated that we would be in the first cohort of agencies to review our administrative rules. We are. So a complete reboot, review, rewrite, Chapter 1, Department Organizational Structure, to Chapter 120, Early Access, must be completed by December 31st. And that complete reboot, review, rewrite means that every chapter that the DE proposes to retain, you must give notice of intended action. So the rulemaking itself does not need to be completed, but notice of intended action, or the first step in the process, needs to be given by December. Just counting dates and counting chapters, and a lot of these will not be consent agenda worthy because they're going to be major rewrites. Just looking at the time, I would propose that the board consider an additional regular meeting for this year only, not getting in the habit of having October or December meetings. But this will be a heavy lift for the department. It will be a heavy lift for public commenters. It will be and most importantly, for the folks with rulemaking authority, it will be a heavy lift for you. So my suggestion to you is to consider a December board meeting. If it's not needed, if the work is efficient, it could always be released. It's within your discretion to not have a special meeting if there's similar to special meetings for charter approvals in the future. If there's no charter application next year, there's no need for the February meeting. I would propose looking at some dates and times to meet in December and holding that date, holding that time if necessary.
I would concur. I mean, as Thomas says, this is a heavy lift. So December is kind of our cutoff month to take action on anything. And I guess I would encourage us to look at our calendars and see what date would work. We don't have any idea as far as the length of a meeting at this point in time, or if the meeting is needed, but I think we need to be proactive and have our dates selected that we can count on if we need to. So.
When is our November meeting? Is that the 15th, 20th?
Is the
15th.
15th, that's a Wednesday, and then IASB is the 16th. Following week's Thanksgiving.
Is one meeting, I mean, it's going to do it?
Well, I think in this particular year, there might be some things that are like nice to do's, staff updates that get slid until 2024. So I think that rulemaking will displace a lot of normal informational items on your agenda. I could imagine a lot of things a lot of routine reports moving to the consent agenda and freeing up deliberation time for rules. Just averaging out, you'll be getting some new rules in May, June, August, September, November, adding an additional meeting that would get 6, about 15 a meeting, 15 notices of intended action a meeting or notices to repeal. There'll be a heavy lift, but it's doable. You've done 10 rules packages in a meeting before.
Yeah, but it wasn't any fun.
Oh, yeah.
We just make it look easy.
It's fun for Thomas.
All right, so.
Perversely, yes, it is.
I know.
Looking through December calendars, the 24th, 25th, and 31st are out for May.
Well, thank you, John. How generous.
Focusing on the Thursdays.
That's another question too, if you want to keep it on a Thursday.
It's fine.
I'm wide open with that.
Yeah, carry there.
Are there dates that will not work for people?
Later the better, Thomas?
Anytime in December, just anticipating, staff have already started to dig into their subject matter rules. So anytime in maybe a couple weeks, mid-December would be best.
December?
Second Thursday in December, would that work? That's the 14th.
14th.
That would be enough time between November and December.
It'll be everyone can.
14th is up.
Well, Brooke asked the question, will everybody come here?
I don't know.
I'm saying I would count on that unless we find we don't need the meeting, or else it could be, if there's only a few cleanup items, we can maybe do it by Zoom, but I would
Okay.
count on being here.
So maybe like a morning or something?
Yeah, so the 14th we're looking at is a possibility. That was or the second Thursday. Are we, that works. I'm seeing the head shaking. All right.
Yeah, that works.
Good.
All right, so we'll set a special meeting for the 14th of December, starting at 9 a.m., I'm assuming. Starting at 9 a.m. Okay. And add that to your calendars. As we get closer to that date, we'll know if it's going to be No meeting, a short meeting or
Ray, you know, pack your toothbrush, you're staying.
In your sleeping bag.
So thanks for your flexibility on this. Hopefully, as I said, the people who actually know what they're talking about have been very efficient in starting the review of their chapters and reaching out to members of the public. So this is a safety valve just in case. Again, if it's possible to release that time from your calendar. I'm sure that everybody, aside from me, would rather do things other than review administrative rules. So if we're efficient, the expectation would be to release that time and release that date.
Are all the new departments, is that effective 7/1? Or is that a rolling?
It's effective 7/1, but there's some savings clauses for currently existing rules. So rules that are coming in.
I'm thinking of the Board of Educational Examiners.
They're in a different cycle. They're in a different, they're in a different cohort. They're in next year's cohort.
They meaning?
The Board of Educational Examiners.
I mean, are we?
The departments, the Board of Educational Examiners will retain its rulemaking authority under the alignment bill. Okay. So they will, Board of Ed Examiners and College Student Aid will retain their own rulemaking authority. So they're, even though they're broader part of the department umbrella, since they will retain their rulemaking authority, they're on a different calendar.
Got it.
All right, I think we have the date and time. Thank you.
Did I state that right?
Thomas. All right, we have Southwestern Community College interim accreditation.
Can I be given presentation access? Thank you. Hey, good morning. My name is Amy Giske. I'm the Bureau Chief for Community Colleges here at the department. One of my roles is to the state accreditation process for our 15 community colleges. So each year you will be reviewing 3 of these reports. The first one that you have is Southwestern Community College. So you should have the full report in front of you. What we usually do for these sessions is I'll give a brief overview of the report because you'll have it ahead to review. And then we bring senior leadership from the college to talk a little bit more about the college, how they're serving students and the communities in their region. So I'll give a brief overview today and then hand it over to Dr. Lindsay Stotz, who has joined. Most of you are familiar with this process, but it is a 10-year accreditation cycle with an interim visit on year 5. So that means we'll review 3 per year, as I said. The next meeting, we will be reviewing Western Iowa Tech, and then after that, Indian Hills. As most of you know, there are 2 major components of the review process. We look at their Higher Learning Commission most recent report, as they all have to go through HLC accreditation. And then we review 8 specific state standards. So those are outlined for you in the report. For a comprehensive visit, there's also a continuous improvement session, a special topic session. SWIC's visit was an interim visit, so there was not one for this session. A little bit about SWIC for anyone who's not familiar with the institution. It is the smallest community college in the state in terms of credit enrollment, but they rank closer to the top in terms of their percentage of joint enrollment and their percentage of online learning. And they rank very close to the top in their outcomes, which is really great to see. They are first in transfer rate and overall success rate and third in graduation rate. So they know their outcomes really well. Their institutional planning is very much geared toward improving outcomes for students. Our desk review and our site visit, it was a very clean process, or a very clean visit, I would say. HLC, in reviewing their documentation, HLC had no concerns or findings documented, so they met all their criteria. They had no meets with concerns noted. In 5 areas, we had also no findings or recommendations. So I would say I've been here doing this for about 2 years. This is one of the cleaner visits that I have been a part of. So kudos to the institution for everything they're doing here. I will just review 3 of the standards where we had recommendations to give you a sense of some of the stuff that we discussed during the visit. In the area of CTE program review, this is an area of strength for the college. They do a very good job of connecting their strategic planning, their budgeting, their institutional values to their program review process. So HLC really likes to see that. We like to see that as well. Code only requires program evaluation for CTE programs, but they're also doing it for their arts and sciences programs. And they had a lot of evidence of continuous improvement in collaboration with their advisory committees. 2 recommendations in this area: continue to pursue strategies to recruit underrepresented students into CTE programs, something that most of the colleges are working on, and a more formal process for reviewing program goals. They have to be reviewed every 5 years. That's the requirement. So this recommendation is more around how do you ensure that that's an ongoing process and not only reviewed every 5 years. Moving to standard 7, which is the quality faculty plan. Again, they're doing a lot of things well in this area. They have a strong faculty orientation process. They allowed their CTE instructors to complete micro externships, which was just a best practice that we saw in fulfilling their QFP. And their QFP meetings are comprehensive and thorough. 2 recommendations here. One around perhaps formalizing their mentoring program. Code recommends a mentoring program. It's not required. And they do have a more informal program in place. So we recommended thinking through ways to more intentionally design that so all instructors are getting a similar experience. And a second recommendation around digitizing their QFP. It's paper process now, so there's some benefits to digitizing that. Get off the... Eighth standard around senior year plus. They have a strong senior year plus program. It has NACEP accreditation. As you know, concurrent enrollment has a separate accreditation process, and they have that through 26-27. They're partnering with 24 school districts. 2 recommendations here. One was around just some specific language that we thought they should remove in the contract. And then we had a discussion with them around their FERPA policy and some recommendations there. But overall, a very clean visit. The team does recommend reaccreditation of Southwestern for the next 5 years. But before we move to a formal vote, I will yield the floor to Lizzie. Here, and I will pull up your slide.
Very good. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Lindsay Stokes. I serve as the Vice President of Instruction at Southwestern Community College. Joining me this morning are 2 of my colleagues, Barb Godden, Vice President of Institutional Effectiveness, and also Wayne Pantini, Vice President of Economic Development. On behalf of Southwestern and our President, Dr. Welch, as well as our entire team, we would like to thank the Iowa Department of Education team for their investment of their time in our interim accreditation process, the desk review, as well as the site visit. We very much enjoyed the opportunity back in October to host the team for 2 days on campus, and we're very appreciative of their insight and their recommendations as we continue to work towards continuous quality improvement. This morning, I'm very pleased to have the opportunity here to share with you a little bit about Southwestern's current strategic plan and also some of our more recent student successes. So in terms of our strategic plan, as we went forward with creating our new plan, we engaged our Board of Trustees in the review of our purpose or our mission statement back in August of 2019. So for our purposes, Southwestern Community College exists in order that community members have opportunities to gain skills and knowledge sufficient for successful employment, higher education achievement, and also lifelong learning. After that step, we worked with engaging our staff and our faculty in the creation of our strategic plan. And there were 5 initiatives that we have outlined. The first initiative that we decided upon was strengthen and expand student learning and success. The second, increase student enrollment and retention and completion. The third, maximizing resources to support student, institutional, and community needs. The fourth, providing a innovative environment that supports learning. And last but not least, the fifth, strengthen and expand relationships with employers to provide effective workforce preparation. What I would really like to do here is share a couple of initiatives that we're very focused on. And these have to do with our regional training center partnerships. So the first is on our more eastern edge of our service region, the Osceola area. This has been a collaborative partnership that has had a lot of great leadership from the Clark County Development Corporation. Last year, they created a grant application and submitted it to the Economic Development Authority for the creation and for funding associated with a regional training center. And so last September, we learned that the CCDC did receive that EDA support. And so that will be in the amount of $2 million. So right now, we are in the process of working closely with our CCDC reps, as well as engaging business and industry, secondary school districts, and really creating the vision or the blueprint for what that facility will look like. The facility itself will be right adjacent to our Osceola Center. And as we talked about in the strategic plan, maximizing resources, we plan to do just that with this project. So the facility itself will serve as sort of the lab space for industrial technology training that needs to take place kind of in the areas of advanced manufacturing, health science. And then when we need to go to the classroom, we'll just head across the street over to the Osceola Center and make use of that existing space there. So this is a very exciting project for us. We're hopeful that we'll be breaking ground for it here in September. And of course, there'll be some Career Academy opportunities associated with this project. So about 50 miles away, we are in the early stages of constructing the Gold Center in Mount Ayr. And so while this project is similar in some ways, it's also very different from the Osceola project. And so the concept of this regional center is to construct a regional center for all. So a place that brings the county and beyond together to create connections through recreation, fitness, educational, and social opportunities. Specific to education, there'll be the opportunity for us to have some career and technical education classrooms in the facility, as well as some lab space. Public and private partnerships are spurring this project, and it's being led by the Ringgold County Development Corporation. So currently our group is in the process of working with an architect to create drawings or renderings that we'll be able to share out with the public and really get started with that fundraising component this summer. One thing that is really going to help spur that fundraising component is this project was selected this past December to receive a $1 million Career Academies Incentive Fund grant. And this really means a lot to the college. As we look at serving our southern tier of counties within our service region, we're going to have the opportunity to break down transportation access issues for our students. There's 5 school districts right now that have indicated interest and are committed to this project. They include Central Decatur, Lamoni, Bedford, Mount Ayr, and Elena's home district, Diagonal. Programming right now looks like it will include automotive repair technology, welding technology, education, and also nurse assisting. Those will be the first 4 programs to get things started. So again, very excited about this prospective project. And then I want to switch gears and talk a little bit about initiatives 1 and 2 associated with our strategic plan. And this is a really exciting one for me. It's near and dear to my heart. I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with the Skills USA organization, but it really gives students, our CTE students, the opportunity to showcase their skills and talents at the state level. And if they win at the state level, they're able to compete at the national level. And so for us, Skills USA got started back in 2009. Our auto collision repair refinish instructor, Jeff Magnuson, took our first student up, Clay Mercer, to compete, just get a feel for it, see how it goes. Clay ended up placing first in the state championship, and he had the opportunity to go on and compete at the national competition, which at that time was back in Kansas City, Missouri. And Clay didn't just compete at the national level. He ended up earning 6th place overall, against all of his counterparts across the nation. And you could say the bug was caught from there, right? And we had a lot of students and staff and faculty who were interested in continuing to support this. One thing that I want to mention, and that is Clay pictured in that photo. Today, Clay is a business owner 20 miles away from Southwestern Community College, and he's a very dedicated member of our Auto Collision Repair Refinish Advisory Committee. Want to hone in here on our results from Skills USA over the last 3 years. And obviously this looks a little bit different. We know the pandemic factored into this, but as we look at 2018, 2019, and 2022, which have been the last 3 opportunities that we've had for students to compete, Southwestern has had 20 state champions. We followed that up with 8 state second place winners, 6 state third place winners. That's a combined total of 34 state place winners with 41 students participating in 9 different events. Again, Skills USA at the state and even the national level, just wanted to share a few photos for you to be able to understand what a big deal this is. It is top notch. Today, the Skills USA Championships are hosted in Atlanta, Georgia. So the space that's used for this is equivalent to 41 acres of space to conduct these competitions. And so last year there were over 5,000 students from across the nation who competed in over 100 different events. And so again, when the students earn a state championship, then they have the opportunity to qualify for nationals. So here's a glimpse at a few of our top national place winners. So in 2018, we had a National Skills USA gold medalist. The student is Mr. Corey Marcourt from Creston. Corey came to us from Creston High School as a junior and enrolled in our Electrical Technology Career Academy. And then he continued on with that in his senior year. And that's when he had the opportunity there to compete at nationals and knocked it out of the park, earning that national championship. The following year, Corey returned to Southwestern and he was able to complete his Associate of Applied Science degree in electrical technology. And once again, he got to compete at nationals in the post-secondary division this time, earning a 4th place finish. And of course, what are we looking for with these students? That's employability, right? And so I'm proud to share that Corey is employed within the Creston community in the electrical field. So that's what it's all about. Last year, we were able to follow up that state championship with a National Skills USA silver medalist. That student is Mr. Lucas Moore from Emerson in Southwest Iowa. He earned 2nd place in the collision repair technology contest. And he also earned 2 different degrees for us in 3 years. So he earned an auto repair technology AAS degree as well as an auto collision AAS degree. And I'm proud to share that Lucas has returned to his hometown and is working at a shop there. And then in 2019, we had some pretty outstanding welding students who wanted to team up and participate in the welding fabrication team contest. And they earned the national level third place, which was just fantastic. We had 3 students, Clayton Patavina from Clarinda, Lance Thompson from St. Charles, and Greg Moore from Clarinda, were able to capture that bronze medal. All 3 of those students earned an AAS degree in welding technology from Southwestern in 2019. And then one other student that I wanted to share with you is Sergio Sandoval. Sergio is from Clark Community School District. He graduated from there, but he was our very first auto collision repair refinish career academy student. He had the opportunity to compete at the state Skills USA Championships and won the gold medal there, earning the opportunity, of course, to compete at nationals. Unfortunately, due to a family obligation, he was not able to attend, but we know based on Sergio's performance that he would have done very, very well for us. Similar to Lucas, he was also able to earn 2 degrees there in a short amount of time as well. And then again, just generally speaking, we've been engaged in Skills USA there since 2009. So just a quick listing of our national place winners. We have had now 3 national state champions, 2 in electrical technology and 1 in automotive refinish. And we're gearing up here. We're very excited that at the end of April, on the 27th and the 28th, we'll have the opportunity to send more Southwestern students here up to the metro area to compete in the State Skills USA Championships, and hopefully have the opportunity to have some more students listed on this slide as well. And then I want to leave you with this photo. We've talked a lot about the accolades, right? Earning the national championships. There's a lot of great prizes that comes with that. But Skills USA is so much more for our students. In terms of competing at a national level, some of our students have never flown on an airplane. They've never stayed in a hotel room. Some of them haven't even had the opportunity to go out for a nice meal. And so these are life-changing opportunities for our students, which then results in life-changing opportunities for our faculty. So very proud there of our CTE programs and all of our students. And I think I've been with Southwestern since 2010. And one of the things that I've come to appreciate is we have a very clear focus on student success. And so I'll leave you with just a few metrics that we're particularly proud of. Currently, we have the #1 transfer rate among Iowa's community colleges, and we're on the uphill swing with that number, which is something that we're very proud of. We are also #2 in success rate among Iowa's community colleges. So that's taking that transfer and that graduation rate and putting those together. This number is also on the upswing for us. And so we're looking forward to breaking that 60% threshold here very soon. And then finally, graduation rate has always been a strong point of emphasis for us. And we're pleased to have the #3 graduation rate currently among Iowa's community colleges. So again, just would like to thank the team for their time on our campus last October. And again, those insights and recommendations as we continue to drive continuous quality improvement forward at Southwestern Community College. So thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Amy, do you have a recommendation for us?
Absolutely, yeah, no, it was an excellent visit. You're doing so many wonderful things at SWIC. We do recommend reaccreditation of SWIC for the next 5 years. Certainly can field any questions that you have before that, but that would be our recommendation of the review team.
I make a motion.
Moved by Rod, is there a second to approve accreditation?
Second.
Second by Mike, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Ina Vista. Hello.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. Thanks for your time. My name is Mariam Rodzabo. I'm with the Education Preparation Programs. I have two of my colleagues, Dr. Pega and Dr. Tikep here, who also helped me with the approval process for the Educator Preparation Programs in Iowa. What we do, just a brief overview of what we're presenting to you today. Every 7 years, we review the Educator Preparation Programs. We go through a self-study process with the institution. The institution does a self-study, write an institutional report, shares that with us. We review that report, give them some preliminary review, feedback and questions. We review that. We take the questions also back to the site visit for about 4 days that we are on site, talking and interviewing with different people, collecting evidence on what they're doing to prove that they are complying with the state requirements on Chapter 79, which is for the educator teacher preparation programs and other programs. In this case, Buena Vista University is offering teacher preparation and professional school counseling. So 7 years ago, when Buena Vista came to the board for approval, they received a conditional approval. Part of that was they had satellite places that they were not in compliance. There were some pieces that was missing. There was lack of appropriate staffing. And I have to just say that I was very impressed with the institution when we visited them after 7 years, a year ago. They had some compliance concern like any program does, but it was some compliance concern that was easy to address. But we saw a lot of strengths that I would like to start with those strengths, and then I will also give you a summary of some of the compliance concerns that we saw and how they address those. Some of the commentation of strengths, we always like to do that because they have done a lot of work. They have a retention liaison on site. This is not a requirement, but they have a retention liaison specific to the education program. This liaison works with the students, specifically students who are in danger of dropping out, and supporting them throughout the program to make sure that they stay and they have the resources they need to be successful. They have a Center for Diversity that works closely with the unit and the district. The unit in general works very close with the different districts, and they were one of the ed programs that advocated for TPRA and participated very strongly with TPRA programs, working with the district to provide support for those candidates, preparing them. And I'm sorry that I used the TPRA, teacher per educator registered apprenticeship. That was one of the last year initiatives. They have strong faculty members, and the faculty have strong relationship with students. It was echoed every time we interviewed students and throughout the different resources that we looked at. They have done a research on dispositional assessment, and they have provided a guidance for the faculty on how to help students improve their dispositions. And then the professional school counseling, their professional school counseling have grown. Last year, in fact, they had about a little over 70 candidates produced for professional school counseling. That actually took care of, professional school counseling was one of the shortage area in the previous year. And this year, when I did the shortage report, the professional school counseling was not shortage in Iowa anymore. And we believe that them creating so many helped that. And they have a very strong communication. They have individuals in their satellite or online programs that are point of contact for the candidates and supporting them throughout the program. And now I'm going to go into some of the compliance concerns and how they addressed it before we come to this board meeting. The governance and resources, there was no oversight for the art and music endorsement. And so the program decided to part away with music. They're not going to offer music endorsement anymore, but for the art endorsement, they provided the oversight. They hired a part-time faculty to oversee that curriculum and making sure that everything is up to date and appropriate staffing is teaching that. In the professional school counseling, due to the growth, there was some staffing issues. So they hired a new faculty member who is qualified to teach, and they also have a new director who is qualified in that program, and they were able to address some of that resource requirement that they needed to address. They will have a new hire also for the special ed and elementary literacy. So the problem that we kind of observed is something that we see everywhere now almost, but the faculty overload and teaching beyond what the overload can be. And by hiring these full-time faculty members and committing to that, that will address that requirement. There was no concern in the diversity based on what we have in Chapter 79 standard, but in the faculty standard, there's a 40-hour requirement of recency. So every faculty member teaching in a teacher preparation program have to go and teach or co-teach in a K-12 setting in the grade and content area that they're teaching to keep themselves up to date. there were some faculty who were doing that, but this was not being tracked appropriately. And so we asked that they make a clear communication to everybody, and they created the policy and they made sure that it is communicated with the faculty. And they have also created a plan that's how they make sure that every faculty will complete that 40 hours throughout the next 5 years. In the assessment, they are doing assessment. The program assessment was in there, but due to some changes in the program, the assessment was managed by the dean, and it was just so much for one individual to oversee the assessment, the curriculum. And so we recommended that they have a separate oversight for the assessment, and they provided individual to oversee the assessment and oversight of the curriculum, and they already have started working with the different programs to ensure that they receive the support they need for assessment. In the clinical, there was some communication that was missing, that collection of communication and data that they were doing, and it was obvious that they were doing based on the conversation we had with students and the faculty, but that collection of data was also not consistent. So they brought that to compliance. They made sure that they are collecting the feedback from the candidates. They're overseeing that, who is doing a good job on providing feedback to the candidates and how they can improve that. In the teacher knowledge, skills, and disposition, Buena Vista used to use pillars, so they had defined their own sets of standards that was kind of aligned with the INTASC standard, interstate teacher standards. And sometimes that alignment was not very clear. So they went away from using that, the pillar standards, and aligned it with the INTASC standards, which is a nationally recognized standards. But there were several syllabi that was not aligned with the right standards. So they brought that to compliance, and they submitted the ones that had major changes to BOE and were approved to offer those courses. Professional school counseling, in the clinical, there were some supervisors that were not necessarily professional school counselors or qualified to provide the supervision to the candidates. The unit provided a plan that how they're going to ensure that the candidates receive the feedback from also a professional school counselor, in addition to the, the principal and others who have that evaluation expertise, just so they can receive more feedback on the content area they're being prepared in. They also aligned their assessment in the professional school counseling with Chapter 13. What they were doing, they were aligning it with national standard, and that alignment kind of aligned also their coursework with Chapter 13, but it was not very clear that how their coursework is aligned with Chapter 13, which is BOEE Iowa standards for professional school counseling. And they were able to address that, make sure that that alignment is clear, and they submitted that to us and BOEE. And finally, in the knowledge, skills, and dispositions for the professional school counseling, there were some questions about that alignment. Again, there were some questions about whether they have a clear alignment with the Chapter 13 or not. They were able to clarify that. They also adopted some national standards that is more aligned with a teacher, a professional school counselor, and we were able to review that, and it was a very well done alignment of their coursework. With that, I'm going to request that, and I'm going to recommend that BVU be fully approved through 2028, 2029. And if you have questions, yes, if you have questions about the program, Dr. Garling and her team is there to answer about the program. If you have questions about the process, I'm happy to answer those.
I would just, a couple of things. Tell me a little bit about what Buena Vista is doing to reach their community in terms of recruiting minority candidates. Could you tell me a little bit about that? And you have a great community, a great opportunity there. I'd just like to hear about how that's working.
I'm going to start that, and I'm going to let Dr. Garling to continue that. We saw a very strong collaboration in the Storm Lake area, and we saw a great representation of community in their campus, on their campus, of their candidates who are from these communities. But they're doing a very good job of reaching out to the districts and collaborating on bringing people from the district who are paraeducators, who are serving from the community to come in and become teachers and go back and teach within the district. But I'm going to let Dr. Garling to also talk about, highlight some of what they are doing.
Yeah, so what helped us a lot, we've had programming, 2+2 with community colleges, but what we were struggling was getting teachers who are current paraeducators who wanted to come back. So the TPRA grant actually helped us enable getting more of our diversity within Storm Lake coming back, because the tuition fees were then covered for those particular students through this grant. We actually, starting this fall, we had 80 students coming in on the TPRA grant who are current paraeducators, and about 35 of those were from the Storm Lake district themselves. And I would say of those 35, I would say 75% of diverse backgrounds. And so we've seen, and we met with some of them who had been paraeducators for 20 years and just could never afford to finish their 2-year degree, and are now able to come back, and they're just excited about getting through our programming and going back into those classrooms with those students. And we also I reach out with every school district that we pair with for any of our field experiences, regardless if it's close to Storm Lake or across the state. And I've been partnering with a bunch of them to come up with new programming for them as well within their schools to start growing their own. And I've met with probably 20 different districts, mostly over the last few months, just trying to see what their needs are and how we can help fulfill those needs for them and provide just opportunities that they might not have if they were to have to leave the district to come somewhere else to go to school.
Can you just specifically, maybe how many minority kids are we graduating in the ed program each year? Could you, last couple of years, 3 years?
I would say overall we have about 25% that are of diverse backgrounds, but that will have increased after this academic year because of the grant funding that we will have.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for all you do.
Yeah.
Other questions?
I would just have one more. 7 years ago, we had some issues about satellites. Tell me a little bit about that too, would you please? Just from your point of view, what we've done to correct those issues of oversight of those satellite.
Absolutely.
Programs.
So what we've done, we have advisors that work with each of our students that are set across different campus locations in the state. We have 6 that are out there. They work with all of our students, but the first thing we did is we stopped offering site location classes, and we actually do all of our stuff on Zoom. So any of our students coming from different campuses and different locations can all be together in those classes. We have direct oversight. I've got 2 directors. Angela's on here right now, but I have Monica, who oversee the half of the states out there who work with these advisors to make sure our students are going through our program in consistent format. And then I have faculty members who serve as lead faculty of courses. So if I'm teaching a course on campus, I'm meeting and working with those adjuncts who are teaching my classes, and they are identical classes. My class does not change. It gets copied from one Canvas course to another. And so students are able then to have the exact same experience. And actually I have several faculty on campus who teach in our online format as well. So we're trying to make sure there's kind of cross-population of our PhD trained faculty as much as we're using our adjuncts.
Thank you. Thank you again.
And I would add that their advising was one of the very strong models that they have for the satellite campus. Awesome. It's above and beyond what the requirements is for the code. So
this would be an approval for the next 7 years.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Full approval.
Yes, I'm recommending them for full approval.
Okay, recommended for approval.
I would move that we accept this approval for the next 7 years. Be these teacher prep programs.
Second. It's been moved and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's hear it.
All right. Cornell College.
That doesn't happen.
So the next education preparation program I'm presenting to you is Cornell College. Cornell College is actually a much smaller college. And they have something approximately 8 to 10, sometimes 12 graduates each year. So it's a very small scale program. They are offering elementary and secondary education. They have, and I have Dr. Jill Henrich and Beth Govakar here from Cornell to answer some questions later. Just a little history. When we were starting to do the site visit for Cornell and we received the institutional report, there were some pieces that was not very complete. So we had a lot of questions about their assessment and some logistics there. It was very clear when we started the process for the site visit and even during the site visit that they were very short-staffed. There were 2 full-time faculty and they had just onboarded 1 support staff, and one of the other full-time faculty was taking some administrative responsibilities on campus, which was reducing their faculty, full-time faculty, and they were relying on so many adjunct faculty members who were strong. There were a lot of them are in-service teachers. They are very strong teachers, but too much reliance on adjunct faculty member created some lack of appropriate resources that they needed to have the oversight of the curriculum, the assessment, and some of those pieces, making sure that the right data is collected on the clinical experiences. And after the site visit, we even had the conversation that because the assessment needed a lot of work, we were thinking that we are potentially, even after a year, we're going to recommend them for conditional approval. But I'm happy to say that I'm very comfortable to say that we don't need that because they did a very good job of staffing the team, providing the resources, and also turn it around and turn what used to be compliance concern into some of their strengths at this point. So what I'm presenting to you, first I'm going to start with some of the strengths that we have observed during the site visit and after, and then I'm going to talk through each of the compliance concern and how they address those. The faculty were well represented. Even though they are small faculty members, they were represented throughout the campus in the different committees, which is always helpful because that gives a voice to the education department. The lack of support staff was something that we saw in the institutional report, but by the time that we made it to the site visit, it was becoming one of their strengths because of the individual they had hired in the support staff role, because she had put together a very well organized process for tracking clinical experiences and documenting those and also improving that based on the feedback they were receiving. They have a strong partnership with the K-12 schools that they are working with. The faculty, the Cornell College does this block plan. So this is how they're a little different from other colleges. With the block plan, the candidates are taking each course during 1 month approximately, and then they're done with that course and moving to the next course. There is some advantage and disadvantages to that model. The disadvantage is that in some courses, it's very hard to cover everything in 1 month, even though they have all the candidates that they need practice. But overall, the candidates who are there because of that process. So they love that they can take a course, they are participating in their physical activities and, the teams that they're involved, and that structure works very well for them. So because of that block plan, also faculty are so engaged when the candidates go on the clinical visits. They take them as a group in some cases for some of the methods areas, and they kind of observe them throughout the process as they are preparing prior to student teaching and supporting them. The assessment is, I want to say it's a strength at this point, because I wanted to put that in here because doing as much as they did, hiring a consultant to come and help them overhaul the assessment plan, and what they created was outstanding. We were so impressed with what they had done, and we believe that even though during the site visit it didn't sound like it was going to be so, it is now a strength. Now, I'm going to move on to some of the compliance concerns that they had and how they addressed it. In the governance and resources, as I mentioned, the faculty load was so much, and then there was just some challenges with oversight of elementary education. And so they posted a position for faculty, and they also provided a 0.75% FTE role, almost a little over full half-time for a person to do the assessment coordination and oversight of the curriculum, which is very helpful to bring in everything together and strengthen the program. The diversity, some of the feedback we received during the site visit from the candidates was that the requirement of receiving accommodation was not clear to them, or they thought that they did not receive appropriate accommodation in some coursework. So what we requested was that they would clarify that, and they have a policy, and they include that policy in every syllabi, making sure that every candidate know what are the steps for them to apply and receive the accommodation. They provided the campus policy, and they also included that in every syllabi. And so that's, we believe that is met. The faculty, there was some inconsistency on how the part-time faculty are being assessed, and the process that was in place was not necessarily a formalized process. They created a formalized process and timeline for how often and how the faculty will be evaluated and assessed for full-time and part-time faculty. And they also needed to communicate, make sure that the 40 hours requirement is communicated with everybody. And they made sure that they send out that communication and bring up those who were not in compliance to compliance. In the assessment, there was a lack of process for validating what was being assessed. So some of the assessment tools they were using necessarily, it was like a reflection when it needed to assess performance of a candidate in the school. So they resolved that based on the overhaul that they went through. They validated, and they also put a process in place that they would have ensure the inter-rater reliability for the assessment, and making sure that it is a systemic process that they do it regularly. The decisions were not necessarily data-driven before. They have put a plan in their assessment plan that how they will be using the data from each year's assessment to use for programmatic improvement and changes. The clinical was already so improved by the time that we were on site. There's a workshop requirement for the cooperating teachers that needs to be equivalent to a day. So they provided the evidence that how they are fulfilling that requirements. And also they are putting in some more consistent approaches to collect the data on candidates' feedback, the feedback that they have received during their clinical. And the knowledge, skills, and disposition for the teacher prep, there were several courses that needed some major updates, and they took that up and they did the work, and all the syllabi updated, the coursework is up to date, BOE also reviewed and approved their curriculum. And they now have a regular oversight due to the hiring of the curriculum oversight that they have for the program. With that, we have the members of the team from Cornell College here who can answer your question, and I'm happy to answer your questions about the process. And I would like to recommend the Cornell College for full approval until 2028, 2029 academic year.
Okay, questions from our friends at Cornell?
If I decided to apply to Cornell and I want to teach history, could you just take me quickly through the process when, I'm a freshman, I'm going to walk in, what class I'm going to take as a freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. Could you just give me a quick overview of that?
I'm going to let Dr. Henrich talk to that.
Sure. So we begin advising freshmen, and the college does its best to align an advisee with someone in education if possible. If they're not assigned to one of us, we begin working closely with their advisor early on so that we can make sure, they're getting the coursework they need. For history specifically, and this is the case with all of our majors, their freshman and sophomore year, they take 4 introductory education courses. And then in the sophomore year, they apply to the department. They're working on their other BA requirements in those first 2 years, but we try to get them in their major classes, at least 1 or 2 that freshman year. So they're not too far into it and they realize, I don't really want to teach history. I want to teach English or something else. So they probably get maybe 2 or 3 history classes done those first 2 years as well. When they declare their major, they have an education advisor and they also have a history advisor. And that's true for all of our secondary students because we want to make sure they're getting the guidance from both, because they're getting the history major along with secondary certification. Their junior year, they would take 3 teaching methods courses. And then they would fill in the rest of the year with history courses. We try as much as possible, and I would say almost 100% of our candidates pick up at least 1 other endorsement. We want to make them more marketable. We feel it also gives them a more well-rounded education. So most of them take a split between American history and world history for their major. And then they'll often pick up, I would say the most popular additional endorsement is politics, because high school government is taught so regularly and we typically advise that. So they would usually pick that up with the history endorsement. Sometimes they'll even try to get 2, psychology or sociology. If they really have time, they try to work at that all social sciences endorsement, but that's pretty tough to get, in 4 years. Then their senior year, they would student teach for 3 blocks and take our senior seminar course, and then finish up with their history courses.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll call for a motion.
Would move approval for Cornell College Educator Preparation Program.
It's been moved in second for the Cornell College accreditation. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And we'd also like to thank Miriam and her team who gave us so much support and guidance, and thank to all of you as well.
All right, we're pushing on. We have business, finance, marketing, management. Dennis here with us.
Do you have a presentation, Dennis?
Yes, I do.
Okay, hang on.
Sorry, technology is not my friend. Well, good morning. I'm Dennis Hardin, and I'm the Bureau Chief for Current Technical Education here at the department. And with me this morning is Chris Durick, Chris is our program consultant for our career and technical student organizations, which Dr. Stokes talked about Skills USA. So he leads the charge with that across the state with all of our CTSOs. And he's also he's our focus person on business, finance, marketing, and management. So today we are here seeking a reapproval of our standards for this particular service area. As a quick review, current technical education programs in Iowa are organized within 6 broad categories and service areas, and all are organized education programs offering a sequence of courses directly related to preparing individuals for employment or post-secondary education in current or emerging occupations. This chart displays each of the 6 service areas and with their corresponding pathways. Just for a quick review, House File 2392, which was our CTE redesign, which was passed back in 2016, required all 6 CTE service areas to develop and adopt content-specific standards. The standards correspond to each service area required for Iowa schools that offer CTE programs. The CTE standards and benchmarks set clear and consistent foundational expectations for what students need to learn in high-quality career and technical education programs across the state. The standards serve as a guide for Iowa educators as they develop their curriculum, courses, and classroom activities. And all CTE standards were approved by the State Board of Education in 2019, with the exception of applied sciences, and those standards were brought to you and approved in 2020. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris to walk you through the process and the new proposed standards.
Well, thank you, Dennis, and appreciate all of your time and consideration of this approval. As you'll see on the screen, it was recognized by educators that the standards that were approved back in 2019 were not substantial enough in their organization to make them as strong as they could be for the development of students, both in their career and their post-secondary education. So we conducted research and spoke with many educators and external bodies as well to try to determine exactly what was needed in these standards to make them of higher quality for our educators. So you'll see we worked with our internal teams, our program management committee, as well as external groups like our Iowa Business Education Association, the Iowa Society of CPAs, and the leaders of our 3 career and technical student organizations for business education. Ultimately, the feedback that we gathered from that helped set the tone and context for how we would move forward in standards development. The standards that will be presented or were presented to you here for this meeting are in alignment to those from MBA Research. MBA Research is a national consortium of state education departments that work together for business education improvement and advancement. These standards that MBA Research utilizes are both collected from primary and secondary research. So they do conduct their own research in partnership with a business and industry advisory network called ExecNet. And then they also use secondary research that is collected to back up those standards that were provided in primary. So you'll see that business and industry partnership does create standards that are very up to date and make sure that we're addressing not only the skills that students need in their immediate career, but the skills that they may need in their future career as they advance through their careers. The standards that you have a lot of codes and numbering systems on them. And for an educator, this actually makes things very, very simple. Curriculum planning levels help educators know where a skill is more useful in the career path for a student. Each performance indicator is assigned to one of these 6 curriculum planning levels that represent a continuum of instruction ranging from simple to complex. So this advances from their 9th grade all the way through their post-secondary education. These levels help serve as building blocks for curriculum development and helping students to know what they need to be able to perform before advancing on to the next level of their business education. Instructional areas are a standards organization mechanism, and that's reflected in that second column there. These instructional areas are broad-based content standards to help students to identify what they should be able to know and do as a result of their instruction. So these help to overall encapsulate the intent and purpose of different work functions. Our standards were developed in two core different sections. The first is an alignment to a business administration core, and these would be universal business administration standards that will be relevant to any student pursuing both post-secondary and career attainment in a field related to business, as well as standards that are specific to pathway. And this is where we received the most feedback from our educators in wanting standards that were specific by different pathways so that they could better articulate the skills that a student would need to be able to perform if they were seeking a career in, say, accounting or in sales or in advertising. This chart reflects those standards. So we do have 4 defined pathways: accounting and financial management, marketing, business management, and entrepreneurship. Our 3 largest areas within business education here in Iowa are in the order of business management, followed by accounting, followed by marketing. We've also provided that entrepreneurship alignment based on business and industry and educator feedback of the need to be able to provide those entrepreneurial skills to students. In the middle, you'll see those core standards. Those are those business administration core standards that are universal to a student participating in any field within a pathway. And then you'll see pathway-specific standards, and these help an educator to align ultimately their coursework to the career needs for any of these specific areas. You'll see marketing, communications, merchandising, selling, accounting, and so on. After these standards were developed, we did share them out with educators in business and industry so we could ensure that we received high-quality feedback. This was shared ultimately with post-secondary representatives, teacher, professional organizations, business and industry, as well as over 200 secondary and post-secondary educators and some business and industry partners like the Iowa Society of CPAs, the Association of Business and Industry. We had an individual from Nationwide that reviewed and provided feedback on these standards. So they were vetted by countless bodies, including the University of Iowa and the University of Northern Iowa. So we appreciate your time and recommend the approval of the business finance management and marketing. I have a very long title. Standards for business education.
What kind of feedback did you get when you reached out? 200 phone calls or letters or whatever. What kind of feedback did you get?
The most feedback that we received actually came from the Iowa Society of CPAs. So we actually sat down for about an hour-long meeting and literally went standard by standard on accounting and finance. They highly recommended having very specific standards that were accounting-based, whereas the standards provided before were just generically finance. And so we were able to isolate very specific accounting standards. We didn't receive as much feedback from educators in a survey format, but we did conduct at the Program Management Committee meeting, as well as with IBEA, standards review and opportunity for verbal feedback that was taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
I do appreciate the effort you made for feedback, and that's important. That's one of the notes I made as far as we're always involved, and obviously did a good comprehensive job of involving the stakeholders. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I move we accept the recommendation to adopt these standards.
Second.
Been moved in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Right. One more, here we go.
Ideas are not.
Well, I would say it was Carol's idea, but that would be a lie.
Let's play Mario. Even though we were both on that call.
I noticed they didn't provide any water, but it was.
I'm like, I'm almost out of water. It's in the fridge.
Okay.
It's a long time.
Well, good morning. My name is Eric Heitz. I'm an administrative consultant with the School Improvement Bureau, and I'll let Barb go ahead and introduce herself.
I'm Barb Guy. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Student Family Special Education Services.
And thank you so much for your time to go ahead and present this information. What we're talking about here is a new report that was required by the legislature. And as part of this report, there are two components, and you can see here under the State Board Authority on the executive summary. The two components are based on state code, and they are one, that we provide a written report to the state board of any monitoring and review non-compliance items that came up during the year. And then also provide to you any items that were not corrected by the school district within 30 days of their due date. And so that's what this information is here for you today. You'll notice here after the executive summary is the monitoring review non-compliance corrective action component. And this chart lists out all areas that were reviewed. It shows the number of reviews that were completed and then the number of non-compliance items that were listed out. And then on page 3, it talks about the number we list out here at the very end, talks about the second component of the law. And there were no non-compliance items that were beyond the 30 days of requirement. All districts or all schools completed their information within 30 days. And then the final item, there's a chart there that lists out each of the non-compliance items there. And it lists it by district, the issue, oversight assignment, and so on. The other thing with this is that we wanted just to make sure that the board was aware that this is the 21-22 school year, and we're currently in the 22-23 school year, and we'll come back to you next year with another report for those non-compliance items.
A couple of questions, Eric. Were a lot of these items relatively easy to address, or were they pretty complicated to address?
That's a good question. We've got some other folks here that can help with that. As far as like the second item listed in the chart, the K-12 public accreditation desk audit and the K-12 non-public accreditation desk audit, those items ranged from board policy being out of date within that 5-year renewal. So districts or schools were able to update those. The other item was the 109 for public schools. Over 70 of those were offer and teach items. And so for what that means at the high school level is that the school district needed to offer X number of courses in a content area and then also teach those. And the district wasn't doing that. So for some of those districts, it was a little bit tougher for them to get those corrected, but they were able to. And what we're asking for there is that to make sure that they have a teacher, they have the ability for a student to take that course, and then our recruiting students to actually take that course. So.
The other area where there are a large number of areas of non-compliance is within food and nutrition. Kayla Shipley is here from that bureau. Bureau chief, if you want to give a little summary of.
Yes, I think everything here was easily addressed. Some of the civil rights, for example, just meant that they had to have an injustice for all poster from USDA posted, or they had to have a non-discrimination statement put on a resource or on their website. So they were solved probably within 2 months easily.
Follow-up question is this the first year you compiled this list or for us? Or?
Correct, yes.
Would this be a typical length of citations and correction?
My guess is that it will be typical length. We'll see as far as the K-12 and public and non-public school accreditation, we'll see what happens with pending legislation regarding Chapter 12. That may change some of these non-compliance items, but my guess is this will be a typical list.
I think the numbers for special education made our process for non-compliance on the federal reporting side is somewhat different in that there's a red flag based on the data. And then there's a year where we go in and look at policies and practices, and then we make a decision around whether there's an error of non-compliance. So those numbers may vary, but I don't think they would be much bigger, under 10, I think, next year.
Is this more for your various uses and monitoring year to year going forward? Or what happens to this like tomorrow? This report?
This is as a response of legislation. So we have a lot of procedures we use internally to look maybe more deeply into systemic errors across the program areas. It is the first time we've ever composed it this way, and I think we're learning how to use it as well.
Mm-hmm.
I would suspect in the future, unless there's something really grievous that we find, that it'll be, that you'll decide to use it as a consent agenda item. But since it's the first time we've ever made this report, we wanted the opportunity to bring it forward and discuss and hear from you how we might use it as well.
And you didn't find anything grievous? You didn't find anything that you thought really?
That we haven't addressed in other ways?
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we can push on with the afternoon or take a break for.
So funny.
We will break until. What is
Time
it?
is it? 12:30?
So 12:40.
Carol, I need help. I locked myself.
All right, we're on.
There it is. Oh.
Hello. All right, we will reconvene. We have all members back in their seats, and the next item on the agenda is board reports. Rock.
So I don't have much to report, but this morning I did attend the Iowa PBS's legislative breakfast. And I just wanted to pass this around. Not only did I get a picture with Eleanor from Eleanor's Live, you guys probably don't know that show, but my kids love that show. But they had a bunch of stuff for legislators, and so I decided to pass this around, and it's just kind of their statewide impact. It's kind of cool to see what they've been doing. I am just always constantly amazed by their kids programming. I feel like every month they have a new program coming out. Tons of diversity in the programs, very different perspectives in life. So I love my kids watching Iowa PBS. I think they do a great job, and I love serving on their board. So
Now you just made all your children jealous. Picture.
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, I've been busy with a lot of things, but I am involved and I get to go to the meetings for the Ringgold County Gold Center, what the SWIC lady was presenting about earlier. And I'm on the education committee to make sure that the education is well represented and is going well for them. So that's about all. We have a meeting next month. No, March 29th. So next week.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But those, it doesn't look like they're very, sorry, this is probably I was noticing that not very many women, and looks like that they're going through competitions. All the pictures they're showing were all men. And your meetings and things, I mean, are there a lot of female surfing? I mean, I in CP or that kind of for those competitions and things.
Yeah, so for the competitions, it's mostly just because that's who's wanting to into the workforce
Yeah.
as soon as they graduate.
I figure it's probably heavily done.
They want to go more into the trades. And I know a couple women that are in the programs. I don't know. I saw maybe one of the national champions.
Looks like more, yeah.
Was a woman that I knew from high school. But the committee boards and like the whole idea was started by the Ringgold County Developmental Corporation, and those are basically all women. So like the idea was started from women, and then they've just pulled in the tech guy, but it's not the tech guy. like the welding and the career technical CTE guy. Anyway, he teaches at the high school and they pulled him in and they pulled a couple other teachers in to just make sure that those classes and those classrooms are adequately sized. Because it's pretty much like a rec center. And then like one half will be classrooms. Yeah.
Mike? Usually around Northwest Iowa visiting with kids and teachers, but I've been in Florida for a couple of months. I could report on Florida education. That probably wouldn't do us a lot of good. Next time.
Okay. Brian?
I, at your request, have been attending the public education position meetings, ASB, virtually. And the new cycle for this year just started last month. That was kind of preliminary meeting for the year, and they do a lot of issuing policy statements. And last month was more a discussion of, okay, out of these 4 or 5, which ones should we focus on for the upcoming year? I wasn't able to attend this past Tuesday. There was some I needed to do in order to be here today, but high school, kind of revamping high school education is probably going to be one of them this coming year. And fortunately, we have a good resource for that here.
There we go. Yeah, thank you for serving on it.
Yeah, I'm sort of a neophyte there.
Okay.
There's a lot of high-powered education people.
Don't let them fool you.
Just because they talk a lot doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, is it Rob or is it Rod?
Right.
In the minutes.
Most people call me Brad.
Brad?
And then find themselves doing it, they go, I'm sorry. That's what I've been called.
That's so funny.
I just answer to it. I really don't have anything new to report either this month, but I did want to say, if you have not seen this education news clips that the department puts out, I did not know that was available. I was on the department's website doing some hunting around for information. I found this comes out daily, and it is just, well, I tell you,
You get an email?
that's a great newsletter. Yeah, I get it every day.
Okay, good. I was like, hopefully you're on my email list.
Yeah. So anyway, if you hadn't seen that, if you're not a member of that, you should, because Jim really puts together a nice letter, and it really keeps you up to date on a lot of the things that are going on in the department that you may not get to know that deeply.
Thank you for sharing it. Nathan?
Well, I've been going to local school board meetings, which has been insightful, just to kind of see, just attending kind of fly on the wall type of stuff, to see what people are talking about, their school boards, and hear what they have to say kind of at the ground level. We deal a lot with, community colleges and accreditation and stuff like that. We're kind of dealing with upper level stuff, but it's interesting to see what the sentiments are. Honestly. And there was a presentation at the last meeting by students at West High, obviously they've got a program going where they identify students who excel in a certain area and they identify them as tutors, and then they're sort of like on call and they have a class where students are having difficulty in a particular area and go and say, I need help with this. And then they just get on the horn and call that student down, and they get these one-on-one times. And I've been, basically it's like peer-to-peer tutoring. And the way that they've been compiling the data and the data that they've, in terms of improvement and grades and outcomes for the students who are having difficulties, really, really impressive. And it also invests the student tutors. But I'm a firm believer in teaching is the best way to learn something, filling completely. So it really seems like seeing stuff like that happening at the ground level without any intervention from, so it's sort of coming up organically. It's really refreshing to see.
Your tutoring program has been very successful. Obviously, you have to have the right kids in place for that, but kids all have a tendency to learn more from their peers and teachers from time to time. Let me go and then you can go. Okay?
Well, let me think about it, John. All right, I will let you go, and then I'll go.
I haven't been doing an awful lot outside of taking care of my wife. She was unfortunate. She had a cortisone shot in her knee and got staph infection, and then it went septic.
Oh, my gosh.
Sorry to hear that. Nursed John for about 6 or 7 weeks. She's doing well, and she's making incremental progress, but, yeah, so that's what I've been up to. But, the other thing that I have on my plate now is that I was just, elected to serve on a local bank board of directors in Iowa Falls. So had some kickoff meetings for that. So that give me a different side of board meetings that are conducted in private, no public, no videotaping. Good for you. Okay.
So if I go.
Yes, you may go now.
Well, I have two things to share. The first thing is I have been following along with the Spencer Chamber of Commerce. They have hired a person and are working alongside the school district there in launching a business-sponsored work-based learning program in addition to what the school is actually doing. So it has been really interesting to see the business community supporting work-based learning and having their involvement in supporting curriculum and matching students with learning opportunities outside the school district. So they are working to continue funding that program and create sustainability for that program long-term, along with the intermediary network that's happening within the school district. So great things are happening there. I have a little sheet that I will pass around that Alex Dreyer, their leader there from the chamber, has put together. So it's just really exciting. And the chamber and the business community have fully funded Alex's position for another year. So we'll continue to see how that grows. And even with kind of all of the shifting that we have happening within the work-based intermediary network happening now. The other thing that I wanted to, in partnership with the board here, recognize is that today is our last meeting that we have with Elena.
Oh, I think I go next. I think April's my last one. Is it? No? Oh, then yes, it is.
Hate for you to show up next week.
So the year has gone really fast, but we have really enjoyed having you be part of our team. And we hope that this has been a growth opportunity for you and an experience that you'll be able to take away and use what you've learned on your journey as you move forward. So we have a gift from the board that we wanted to share with you.
I get to give.
So on behalf of our team to you, good luck and congratulations moving forward.
Thank you guys so much for the opportunity. I've really enjoyed meeting and getting to know all of you guys. So it's been a great learning experience and I'm very much grateful for you guys.
It's very nice to have you.
Yeah, open it.
All right, so that. Welcome back. Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Can I go on the back? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right. We will proceed with the agenda. We have the Area Education Agency funding presentation.
Thank you, everyone. I am Gina Brinks. I'm an education program consultant with the Bureau of School Business Operations. I have compiled the collective information from all 9 AEA budgets that were submitted. AEAs are required, just like districts, to publish their budgets, hold the public hearing before taking board action on that budget. I will briefly go over each of the pages in your packet for the fiscal year 2024. We will get started with the sheet titled Proposed Resources by Major Source. Off the third page into that packet.
This shows detail of each of the AEA's budgeted revenues by category for fiscal year 2024. The bottom chart shows the revenues as a percentage of total revenues. As you can see, AEA's primary revenue comes as state aid, along with federal revenues from IDEA for Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. The next page shows that same information, just in a pie chart for just a more visual representation of those budgeted revenues. The following two pages show the budgeted expenditures for fiscal year 2024 in the same format as the budgeted revenues. As you can see, the two categories that AEAs have the highest expenditures are in the student support services area. Examples could include speech or counseling services, and also in the category of staff support services. An example could include professional development services provided to districts. The next page, titled Three-Year Comparison, includes all budgeted funds for all AEAs. Revenues at the top, expenditures are on the bottom, with the proposed FY24 in the left column, re-estimated FY23 in the middle, and actual FY22 on the right. The main thing I will point out is the other federal revenues category, which would include the ARP or the American Rescue Plan. Part B related funding has decreased for this upcoming budget year. The other financing sources category, which would include such things as interfund transfers for capital projects, has also decreased for the budget year due to several projects that are being completed. On the expenditure side of the budget, I will highlight the student support services line item is seeing the largest increase across all AEA budgets. And the final page shows the fund balances for each AEA from fiscal year 2016, including the upcoming budgeted balance for fiscal year 2024. As you can see, all 9 AEAs are budgeting a positive ending fund balance for fiscal year 2024. And with that, Kurt Subra, Chief Financial Officer from Heartland AEA, is here with us today to provide an overview of AEA funding. And Kurt does have a PowerPoint.
Sure. Is he joining the webinar? Okay. Oh, Steve just elevated him.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for allowing me to speak to you today. Again, my name is Kurt, and I serve as CFO at Heartland Area Education Agency. We're based in Johnston. Prior to serving my current role, I held similar positions at the Ames and West Des Moines Community School Districts, and prior to that, I worked in this private sector for several years. With me today, actually, is Dr. John Sheldall. He's our Chief Administrator. So if you get really tough questions, I know where I'm looking. Thanks for coming, John. Outline for the presentation you can see here. Originally, this presentation was actually prepared for the Iowa Association of School Boards, and I've just refreshed it for the last year or so of data. So, but it's kind of a revenue, the next couple bullet points after the historical perspective are really revenue stream related, and then expenditures and staffing, and then finally kind of our financial position, and a slide on budget timeline and process. I won't touch on all the slides. This is actually a really good 90-second video or YouTube video if you're interested later. It really does a nice job of describing what the AEAs are all about. So I'd encourage you to take the opportunity to look at that. I won't take time in our presentation for it. So one of the questions, even when I worked in school districts, you could hear this term about AEA flow-through funds, and oftentimes people do ask, what are they? Why do they exist? Well, back in 1974, the Iowa legislature moved from authorized the AEA structure, but they moved from a county-based education system governance structure to the regional system with 15 AEAs being established. And the AEAs began operating then in 1975. So 15 AEAs, 1975. The overall goal was to deliver services more efficiently, more equitably, and more effectively than what could be done doing it on the county by county level. Unlike the county system, however, the AEAs have no levying authority. And so the monies that were being generated for the county system then were directed through the funding formula so the AEAs could operate. This slide then shows two pies representing the same pool of dollars. So one of those sources of funds that come into the AEA system, a combination of state aid and property tax. That doesn't look a lot different when it comes to the K-12 school districts. But then over to the right shows the funding categories that come from that. And not surprising if you're at all familiar with the AEAs, is the biggest part of that is special education services. But also not insignificant would be media services, educational services, and then teacher salary supplement or TSS funding. And that green section then all goes to our certified staff. Up until the current year, there was also an allocation for professional development funding for our certified staff, but that was eliminated starting in the current fiscal year. So oftentimes in school finance or in AEA finance, you talk about buckets or silos of funding, and certainly that's relevant here. So in the AEA system, though, we really have one fund. It's our general fund. And we've talked briefly about the AE flow through and the state and property tax, state aid and property tax that fill that. And then federal grants are not insignificant, and I'll mention that more as we go forward. If we contrast then to the school districts that we serve, they have many, many silos or buckets of funding, and general fund is certainly a key one to pay all their operating costs, their salaries and their benefits kinds of things. But the management fund, for example, would pay for things like property and liability insurance and workers' compensation insurance and those kinds of things. On the far right-hand side are represented really three buckets, if you want, we would show them that way, but SAVE, the statewide penny, PEPL, and debt service are really all infrastructure funding mechanisms. So anything from building expansion to parking lot replacements to technology to buses, whatever the case might be. Now, when the AEAs purchase anything in that bucket, if you will, those come out of our general fund. So we just need to be judicious about setting money aside to be able to do those things and maintain our facilities and replace our technology and our delivery vans, that kind of thing. So when breaking down then the three funding streams and starting with special education, by far and away the largest, really the multiplier here is the overall certified or resident enrollment statewide or at each AEA level, it's reviewed that way. And then the weightings that happen through students that have individualized educational plans. And so ultimately those get multiplied then by a factor, and those factors vary by AEA. That's been the case really since the AEA system was created. There's always been some disparity there. So that's just, and then how does that number get impacted by further legislative action? Well, every year, as you know, the legislature sets the supplemental state aid percentage. And just like with school districts, like next year, that number will go up to about $7,600 more or less for a school district. Next year, these numbers will grow by 3%. So this is the range again for the AEA specific to our special education funding. When you look at that enrollment data over a long period of time, doesn't show very well the changes over time just because of the nature of the chart. But on the bottom there in the gold would be those weightings for special education services. And then all the blue would be the underlying certified or budget enrollment across the state, which in that close to 490,000 would be represented in the blue, upper 60,000, 67, 68,000 in gold. So to give you a sense for how big those numbers are. What's not in the calculation then is enrollment related to students in accredited non-publics that have IEPs or children who are not yet school age. So the funding formula doesn't specifically address that as a separate element in the calculation. It just isn't. Now, it could be such that you'd have a non-public student that's on a roster in a public school that's being served in the public school that could be in the count, but largely the non-public students are not counted in those numbers when the revenue is determined. And then importantly, because of federal law, we are tasked to serve, we do serve children from birth all the way up till young adults reach age 21 if they have an IEP. So if you look at the count from this last fall to kind of zero in a little bit more, so over 71,000 students ages 3 to 21 had an IEP. And in addition to that, almost 3,000 children were served ranging from birth to age 2. So in that 71,000, which are the red and the blue portions of the graph, you have 62,000 of those 71,000 are generating funding for AEAs through the weighting process. And you have another 9,400 students that don't generate weighting for the services. And as it says in the footnote at the bottom, things like speech services, OT and PT and other services, there's no funding specifically called out for that. So when you think again about, back up for a second. So if you think about special ed funding for the AEAs and the state formula, in the current year, it generated about $180 million for the AEA system, the 9 AEAs. When you then factor in the next topic, the cuts that have happened in special education. So for the current year, the funding stream generates 180. What really gets delivered to the AEA system is 22.5 million less than that, because there's a permanent cut in code for 7.5 million, has been for several years. And then the standings bill, which is typically the last piece of legislation before the legislature adjourns, that number, that additional cut has varied anywhere from 2.5 million to 20 million. Currently, it's at 15 million. So 15 plus 7.5, 22.5 million, not paid for, if you will, or not funded for the AEAs out of that. And then again, the one nuance this year was the professional development funding was eliminated starting with this fiscal year. So again, just a summary of, again, touching base on the special education side. So before the cut, on average, it generates, the funding formula would call for about $325 per student. After the reduction, it ends up being more like $285 per student is what actually gets funded through the formula. And then importantly, these are the services that those dollars pay for. And you can see the list here. I won't read it to you, but a lot of services that are delivered day in and day out. We do contract with the, I'll mention it later, for vision services. Service coordination could be anything from, again, those newborns and the families that have those. What services are available to me as a new parent, and how do I get services for my child? And there's certainly a big element of that that has to happen. And you can think about a new parent trying to navigate that world. So within special education, still thinking about staffing across the AEA system. So this is as of a couple of years ago, 1,900 certified staff funded through special education dollars. One nuance that I'll maybe describe a little bit more if needed, but Des Moines Public Schools, we have a very unique arrangement with them at Heartland AEA. Because when the AEAs were formed back in the 70s, Des Moines had a choice for their staff. They could be in the Des Moines teacher retirement system, or they could be in IPERS. Many of the staff wanted to be in the teacher retirement system. So those employees that normally would have been hired essentially onto Heartland's payroll stayed as Des Moines employees. So there's $18 to $20 million a year that flows into our budget. Des Moines hires all those staff, about 165 or so staff in the year represented here, certified staff, and then we in turn reimburse them. We pass that money through to them. So these numbers do not include the Des Moines staff that I was just talking about, because they're not actually employed by the AEAs directly. So the other two parts, significant parts in the AEA funding, would be media and ed services. They use a different multiplier, if you will, because we do provide media and educational services directly to non-publics if they're accredited. So the multiplier is not just the certified or resident enrollment at the districts, it's also the enrollment at those accredited non-publics that we serve. And just to point out, you can see here, there was a dip in enrollment, as everybody knows, with COVID. Even if when you roll this forward one more year to fall of 22, the number wasn't back to its pre-COVID levels yet. It was still below the 523,000 between, again, publics and the accredited non-publics. Media services, again, uses the formula. This just shows for both media and ed services what the dollar amount is per student that's funded through the AEAs to provide those services to those that we're working with. One thing I didn't mention, I want to go back real quick. When you think about delivering these services in suburban or urban areas, it's pretty easy to think about, it's getting harder, but it's easy to think about finding those staff. When you think about rural Iowa and delivering services for small school districts that maybe have a couple of students with unique needs, where the efficiency and the equitability comes in with the AEA formula is that we are hiring those staff and then placing them to serve in multiple districts, so that each individual district's not hiring an OT or PT or an audiologist to deliver those services, or having a contract to share those. So we do try to carry that water and deliver those services, again, as efficiently as we can across the whole state. So back on media services then, our media directors work really hard to find ways to collaborate across the state, again, to be as efficient as possible. And a good example of that would be digital subscriptions. We spend millions of dollars every year on digital subscriptions to be as economic as possible so that every student statewide can access these materials no matter where they are, rather than each individual district, again, going out and setting up that contract and trying to get the best price. So we do have some economies of scale that we deliver that way very intentionally. An area that we're moving more into as AEAs because of some expertise we've hired in-house is to help not only internally, but even with our school districts now on the areas of digital privacy and cybersecurity. We're just piloting that with North Polk District in our AEA right now. We're just delivering some tools that we've contracted for to help make their own environments more secure. Educational services, those elements are listed here. One thing that you saw at the bottom of both of these two lists would be deficits in special education budgets. Why does that show up? Well, if I'm in a school district and I run a deficit in my special education program, which is fairly common, I can choose, working with my school board, to levy the property tax in a subsequent year to reimburse the district for money it's already spent. If I'm in an AEA, I don't have the ability to levy. So where do we pull that money from? We pull it from those other two funding streams, media and ed services. That's how we recover from a special ed deficit situation, which isn't, and again, uncommon. Again, this is just a quick summary based on fiscal 21. The blue and the green would be representative of the state formula. The red obviously is mostly IDEA funds, Individual Disabilities Act, and then other local funds beyond that. But this is another way to, again, look at that, but comparing ourselves as an AEA system to the LEAs or the school districts, very much heavier. We're much more reliant on federal dollars than the school districts are. This number for the school districts is actually double what it was the prior year because of all the COVID money that came in, and that will continue to grow here for a year or two, and then it will drop back to more like 4%. So historically speaking, this is a very high number when you look at it for the school district side, but it's very typical for the AEA system in how we're funded. Okay, and then looking at all of our certified staff, again, thinking about moving, this is more on the expenditure, I'm sorry, went a couple slides. So on the expenditure side of the equation, again, just like school districts, very heavy on staffing. It makes up the majority of our expenditures. So salaries and benefits, not unusual, be in that 80% range. Again, the Des Moines public piece kind of comes in a little different here because that's, for us, that's a purchase service. So that's part of that orange is that staff that are hired in Des Moines. Also part of that orange part would be the Iowa School for the Blind and Visually Impaired. We contract for those services. In the gold or the yellow part, we pass through over $25 million a year in our budgets, IDEA funds that come through us to the school districts. That also pays for special education staffing at the local level. So there are a lot of elements here that maybe at the surface don't look like employees, but it's really people that you're talking about, their employees through these dollars. And looking at our overall certified staff levels, this is across the AA system. Again, on the Heartland side, this will be exclusive of Des Moines Public Schools. So if you add in the Des Moines Public Schools that are paid for through our budget, it's probably more like 700 on that left-hand column. But you can see then, but across the whole system, it gets close to 2,500 FTEs when you add Des Moines Public into this that are paid for media, ed services, and also special education. And then another piece that makes this a little bit unique from school districts is that we hire, many of our positions require advanced degrees. So if you can look at Heartland, 99% of our certified staff have advanced degrees. Central Rivers AEA, who I actually originally shared this presentation with Michael, and that's why they're in here, but they're 90%, and that would be pretty typical for AEAs. I looked at data when we prepared this originally, and at the time for school districts as a whole, that's about 40%, and it ranges from 1% to about 70% at the local district level. So that's a big difference in how we're structured, and that also affects our cost structure as well. And then finally, really the last slide of talk about the financial end of it is what's it look like from a financial position over a long period of time. And if you look at the AEAs in red, the school district or the LEAs in blue, you can see what our end of year solvency ratio is. You can see what that calculation, that's really a measure of looking at the major part of our fund balance divided by our overall revenue stream. And you can see that AEAs are in that a little below 14% as of this point in time. School districts were up or closer to 20%. And that was influenced, I'm sure, in part by the federal dollars that came in late in fiscal 21, and even in fiscal 20 to some extent. So that's just gives you a sense for where we are financially. And again, that
in the AEA side, it's just that one bucket that we're dealing with here. This is all about general fund on this slide. The school districts would have the opportunity to rely on balances in management fund and PEPAL and SAVE and other funding streams that they have. Just one final slide really then about our budget. And I won't go through it in detail, but just our timeline, a little different than schools. We submit our budgets February 10th to the Department of Ed, where typically you would think about April 15th. If there's any questions, otherwise I do appreciate the time today. And
on that 325 about number of special ed per day.
Per student, actually.
Per student, yeah. How many? Oh, it's not per day.
No, it's $325 per student based on that calculation. So again, it's multiplied by the resident student count and the weightings.
So is that that's on top of the 7,600, just the general number?
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't mean to confuse there. The 7,600 is how much every school district would get.
Yeah.
And that's multiplied times their population. In our case, we get the $325 and we multiply that times our population, which is aggregate of all the school districts that we serve in our regional area.
Okay.
That makes sense. So the 7,600 is school districts, the 325 is the AEA.
Our AEA services almost always, when we're looking at providing professional help to students in needs in special ed programs, is that almost always one-on-one or a staff member there? Is any of that done online? Is almost.
During COVID, it would have looked a lot different, I'm sure. And that was a struggle, I think, especially in the area, especially probably ELL students as well.
Right.
But with certainly some of that's delivered in small groups.
Okay.
It certainly wouldn't all be one-on-one instruction. But John, do you have anything to
We're
add?
required to provide the service in a least restrictive environment. So as general population as you could possibly deliver, better. But yeah, some of it is one-to-one. Some kids.
But it is in person. It's not, it's.
We don't provide any, well, I shouldn't say any. It's very rare to provide IEP special services via distance. Pretty rare.
Thank you.
And typically delivered in the public school district where the kid is registered.
As you can appreciate, back in the COVID times, if you're a speech language pathologist, you're trying to work with a small student and they have a mask on, how does that work? That was a very challenging time.
Yeah, I bet.
My daughter's at 3.5 and she's in preschool, and the preschool teacher was telling me that they have a lot that they're referring to AEAs right now. Just because during COVID, their speech is just, because through the whole time, they were watching people talk through. So they didn't actually see the development of letters and stuff like that and words. And so yeah, they said they're referring, preschoolers there all the time now. So I thought that was interesting.
I did know that all the AEAs are currently in the black and projected to be in the black, so. And the solvency ratio is good. I know it's a challenge to keep the solvency ratio in the black like it is, so. The recommendation is what?
Recommendation is me, the official.
Sue, I've recommended.
Of course, I don't
Say the wrong thing, do you?
It is recommended that the board approve the AEA budgets for fiscal year 2023-24.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Budgets are approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for what you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. West Central Charter School renewal. Okay. Hello, Jan.
It's asking if I want to join as a panelist, so yes. I'm not going to project until the next. My name is Janet Boyd, and I'm a school improvement consultant here at the department. I have today your consideration, it's West Central Charter High School's renewal. So in your packet, you had, of course, the summary, and then the next few pages that is the data provided by West Central. They have a number of data tables. They have some success stories, some other statistics there. After that is the department's evaluation of the information that we receive, recommendation. And then, of course, there's a required cover page, and then the required board minutes. And I just want to kind of remind you that this charter school is authorized under 256F in Chapter 68. So this is the law that existed before the new law went into effect. And they continue to operate under that law. So my evaluation, I look at their goals, and then I look at what was in the 256F as far as purposes for charter schools. And what I would say is 2 of their goals really are impacted by their enrollment. They can't really, if you have a decreased enrollment, you're not going to really see an increase in the percent of graduates because you have a decrease of enrollment. So, the charter is doing great things. I won't read all the things that I put in there, but the charter is doing really great things. They are impacted by their enrollment, although they tell me that it is increasing. So that's awesome. They also are impacted by, some of the programs that are available in their area. I think most of you are familiar with where the charter is, kind of the northeast corner of Iowa. So they've had some impact of what kinds of things that offered. For example, and I'll kind of let them speak to that, welding has been kind of an issue. Get kids that are interested, but being a welding teacher has been an issue. So that's kind of what I have. And then they have you with us. So I thought the board could ask specific questions of West Central.
Okay, well, maybe we'll have some introductions.
Oh, yeah. Matthew, I'm going to let you, because you know the students.
I'll let them go right now.
Matthew is the principal at West Central.
And I'm PK-12, so that's my role.
Okay.
I'm Charlie Seek, and I'm a senior.
I'm Alan Streetmatter, I'm a senior.
I'm Steve Milder, the counselor, and was with the charter all 18 years so far.
I'm Julie George, and I teach at West Central, and I have 2 students that in May will have 2 graduates of West Central.
Okay. I see that. Tell us, I talked to the students. Tell us about your programming. What you've been doing.
It's pretty beneficial to me. I'd say it's really awesome. So I get so much experience with all sorts of classes, and it's put me ahead of like everybody else that's not able to get college education in high school.
Tell them some classes you've taken.
So I've taken like Calculus 1 and Calculus 2, Physics 1, Physics 2, Macro and Microeconomics. Those are just some of them.
What are your goals?
After I graduate, I'm going to Iowa State for engineering. And because of the charter school, a lot of my freshman classes have already been knocked out. So I'm way ahead of the schedule.
Good.
I've had a similar experience. I'm going into college really ahead of the curve. I'm going to UNI for a business related degree, and I've been able to take financial and managerial accounting. I'm currently taking managerial accounting, and it's really helped open my eyes to the business world, and it's probably the reason I started or decided to join the business world as part of my further education has been the charter program here with West Central and SCC.
We did go up and visit briefly last week, Eric Heitz and I. One of the things Charlie had said to us is that, when you come in with that many credits and start, as a sophomore, you don't have to battle all the other freshmen for courses. So it really opens up their schedule. It's something I hadn't really thought about. It's really awesome for them. So.
Very cool.
And one thing to add in that is on the parent side of things. My daughter is in her second year at Grinnell, and we had talked a lot about whether she should get her AA or not. And in the end, we decided that she can either try and graduate after 3 years or double major more comfortably and be able to do things like have a study abroad experience. So she's going with we're planning on her being there 4 years with the math and economics double major and a study abroad, hopefully in Sweden next year. So that is something that a lot of maybe doesn't quite get talked about as much as what a benefit is, because and she has a friend who was debating about graduating after 2 years of college because she also had her AA, but she decided to stay in another year and get another major. It's like a double major. So like that kind, and it's, you know, they always say that bachelor's isn't maybe what it used to be. It's kind of more basic education compared to when it was years ago. And it's kind of getting to be that way with double majors now too.
How many students are in a high school class as far as grade level?
Okay, now, we run low 20s.
Okay.
Our current senior class has 21 students. 12 will graduate with their AAs. And basically, we have some freshmen who take college classes, but as it goes through more and more. But like, for example, Alan took nothing as a freshman, and he completed his AA in 3 years and done very well. But the class size is great, but the opportunities have been better. The comment about the welding, we were having 100% of our graduates with college credit. And then they couldn't find the welding instructor. But with the work-based learning that we're pushing now, we have kids who are going to the employer who's doing the training, and they're being trained at $15 an hour and starting at $18 an hour right out of high school. So, I mean, we found ways to make it work, but whether that's the charter or our community's vision of the charter, because I really think that that's what it is today for us. I'll share, they mentioned the physics. We couldn't get math for Charlie and several of his compadres because we all took Calculus 1 and Calculus 2 as juniors. The community college had no math above that. And speaking to an instructor at Upper Iowa, we were able to hire him to come to our school as an adjunct through Upper Iowa, but we pay him and run it through PSEO. And he taught these physics kids. Now, I think if we did not have charter in our name, we probably wouldn't have been thinking out of the box of how do we get these seniors classes that they need, because they're looking at engineering and they're looking at things that are going to impact their futures. That's kind of how we're different.
How's the district doing financially?
Doing pretty well. I could say for our Pebble, we're in we're banking $1 million. We've got a few other things within, we're right in that safe range for general fund. We are increased in our enrollment, which is kind of unique for a rural setting. With more open enrollments, even sometimes than we have people in our district. So we have a name. I think that part of that is the charter piece too, is that we have a lot of things going for us, and we do have smaller class sizes that help kind of provide that unique experience for school.
Johnny, could you just tell me about your day? Tell me about a typical day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't care which day you pick. Just tell me about a day in your life.
I guess wake up.
That's good.
Good start.
In the morning.
Today I had physics class in the morning and then American.
What does that mean in the morning? What time?
At 7 a.m.
Okay, how long?
For 2 hours.
2 hours, okay.
Then I'd have American film for another about 2 hours. And then I'd go home. Since we have open campus, I go home, work on classwork, and I have practice at 3.
Okay. What are your other classes that you're doing online?
Online classes I have, well, I used to have the college experience I used to do, but I have no other classes. as right now.
Right now?
Yeah.
You did before, probably, yeah, before the sport in your eye. Okay.
Band.
I like band too.
You're busy guys, I know. Yeah.
Janet, there was a note that charter is exempt from the traditional constraints of chapter 12. What does that mean? in this case?
They're exempt from offer and teach.
Exempt from offer and teach.
And that's a benefit, especially for a small school like this. Whatever happens in the new law, might change. But right now, that's an important component of this.
What do graduation rates look like for them?
They're 100%. Yeah.
I assume that, but-
Generally, yeah. It's always been across ever since I've been working with them, so.
Good.
And you said that these were under the old law, correct? And is there, will they ever be brought under the new law and then have to be like, or will they just continue? So they'll be charter schools under the old law unless they change the new law?
Yeah, there'd have to be a code.
Crystal ball pass?
The current structure is to permit the two charters under the legacy statute to continue operating under that statute for as long as they wish.
Okay. Thank you.
Just need your approval.
Other questions?
What about outreach? I see, more women than men. And there is a Hispanic Latino population. Are there any requirements? Or do you, even if there isn't, is there any outreach?
I should talk to men and women in our program. We run more girls in our school than guys. I'm the football coach.
Yeah, I see that.
We do not have as many boys. So, but overall, every kid in our school gets the same opportunity. It doesn't matter where they come from. We start teaching college classes in our building. We hire adjuncts to come in. We don't just send our kids to college campus. We work with NICC. We were aligned with them in 2005. And so that's been our main partner. And their head of their high school relations, the dean, shared with me that they will go over 100 AA degrees since 2008. Well, over half of those students are ours. And we're the smallest school district in Northeast Iowa. So it's worked well for us. It doesn't matter who we are, where we come from, because we're paying for it.
And addressing the equity part of that, we whatever our students will go out for is what we do. So we don't have people trying out to be on the basketball team because if they don't go out on the basketball team, we don't have one. And so we are always looking, I'm saying this as a high school teacher, we're always looking for people to participate in whatever it is that they want to. Because without that, we don't have then that program doesn't succeed. We go through cycles, sometimes.
Typical sports programs and music programs, and do you, basketball, baseball, all of that stuff?
We share
We share with
baseball.
baseball.
And again, with our enrollment, I can honestly say we will not have 40 boys in high school in the next decade. So we're filling a football team, we're filling a football team with 30-some kids. And so we're able to do that. Our kids participate. We have, like I said, the high success rate, but I really think it comes from the expectations. I think some of that went with the charter. That's what I said. It doesn't matter where you're at. Sometimes a girl last year, her parents, she lived with her grandparents. Her parents had been killed. Nobody in her family ever gone to college. We got her to go up and talk about the last dollar scholar. We got her into an early childhood. She can't drive, but her grandmother drives her up 2 days a week. And so she was in my college class at that time, and we got talking about how do we get you to doing what you want to do, which is working with little kids. And we do have a shortage of preschool teachers, and that's what she wants to do. So it was a success story, but not directly just because of the charter, I guess, but the charter was part of it, though. The image, and I really think that you build an image in 18 years, and in our community, if we said we were a charter, they would, what? It's because that's what we are. And we think a little bit out of the box because of it.
Well, we strive to create opportunities. I think that's the biggest thing. And we get the opportunity to do that because of our class size and because of our connections with the colleges around us. We reach out quite a bit to Upper Iowa, but NICC's been our main partner throughout this entire time. And like Mr. Mulder said, we have a majority share of the AAs that go through from high schools in the area. And again, right now we're at 315 students for the school.
We need an approval, John?
We do. Janet?
Recommendation? Yes, I do. It is recommended that the West Central Charter High School be granted a renewal of their charter through the end of the 2026, 2027 school year.
I would move that.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion?
I have a quick question. How do you guys meet your academic rigor?
How do we meet what?
How do you meet your academic rigor? Like,
Okay,
in the colleges, you need to have so many years of history, so many years of science.
We do both. It's like, okay, you get to be at the end of your sophomore year, we do not allow any of our kids under sophomore year to take like English, even if they qualify for comp. So generally, we go on. We found out that you can offer remedial college class, that some of the at-risk kids will take that, knowing that if they go to the community college, I've got it out of the way. And so we can offer that with our normal teachers often. We do hire an English teacher who comes in and teaches the comp speech, the American film, and he teaches remedial English classes also. So those kids, if they know they want to go to the community college and they're going to have to take an English class, often they have that done before they start. But we talk a lot about the value of classes like with Alan here, going in business, taking micro and macroeconomics, that counts as a high school social studies gen ed, it counts as college gen ed, and it's 2 classes in his major. So that counts 3 times over. So it's a great class for him to take. That's kind of what we talk about with him. But the rigor is there.
Speaking from, I was an English teacher. I started at West Central. I'm kind of moved through. Now I'm the administrator there, but I was the English teacher first. And I know that English 10 was always English 9, English 10. We wanted to make sure that it moved right into the foundations of writing our comp paths. One of the biggest things that I remember doing is speaking with the adjunct professors and looking at syllabi and saying, where do we enter in from high school to college? I think one of the big areas is just going through NICC myself as an adjunct when I was going up through was making sure that we had classes that were not just rigorous, but met the quality that it wouldn't be such a proxemic jump to the next level. And then we had different pathways too. So if you didn't want to go into comp, say, or comp 2, you had foundations of writing that you could go into.
Thank you.
I've been a counselor 40 years. We've never had a 36 ACT. We've had 2 35s in the last 6 years. And I don't know how many schools with an enrollment of 300 can say that. I won't say what this year's is because Charlie would be embarrassed, but it's 32 and a half. And so that was similar to the last one. But COVID and colleges moving the taking the ACT, we don't have that many kids taking it. The ones taking it are going after academic scholarships that require it. And so was there 4 or 5 in your class that take 5? I didn't bring that data, but all but one was in the 30s. So there's.
Okay, we do have a motion second on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Those in favor of the motion for accreditation, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you for coming.
Good.
Good job.
Thanks, guys.
Good job this summer, guys. Just give me a call, will you?
Yeah. Safe travel.
I got this. Is this a thing?
All right, we have charter school monitoring up.
If I have to like. Oh, okay. Thank you.
You don't have a packet for this, and I'm Janet Boyd, school and working with charter schools, and we've been out doing some visits. So I just kind of want to update, I'm going to update you on the visits that we've done, and I have some pictures, so this PowerPoint's just pictures. And I'll just kind of explain them a little bit, and then Cassandra is going to finish up with some other details. So hopefully I'm not accustomed to this kind. I usually am in Google. So we went to Hamburg. So we visited Hamburg. I took a group of people from the department, including Eric Heitz, Cassandra, myself, Jen Rathje, who's concurrent credit, senior year plus consultant with CTE, Dennis Harden, CTE, and also Gina Brinks, finance, basically. I don't want to mess up her name. So we went down there on March 14th, 10 a.m. So, and we were greeted and toured by a group of students. That's us with several students. Dr. Wells actually took the picture for us. So these are students that are working in construction, culinary. We've got a young lady that was working in welding. So a lot of different student activities. So this is the home that they're building. So they are building this home, and I can't remember whether this is going to be sold to the community. I think the actual property was donated, but we went inside. They're making great progress on it. The young students were talking about some of the errors that they found that they corrected and whatnot. It was really interesting to actually physically see the student work. And I would say that our team was really impressed with the district's, increased opportunities for kids. And the students were really well versed in what the charter was doing for them. They talked about stuff in that home that it was really impressive. So this also shows some of the other projects that they're working on. The culinary group they fixed us lunch. It was awesome. Here's an example of a bags game that they've made. This young man up in the upper left-hand corner was etching glass, with people's, the logo and names and whatnot. So those are just some of the different projects that the students were working on. So while we were there, I'm going to skip my notes here. While we were there, we interviewed the students, of course. We interviewed the business official. We interviewed teachers and administrators. And they talked a lot about what this has meant to the community, having the charter. As you guys probably remember, that Hamburg did not have a high school. So the charter has allowed them to bring their high school back. They, were very thankful for the opportunity they're getting. The kids, like I said, were very eloquent about these opportunities. And they talked about just different things that they were doing, even the content and the core classes has been enriched by this. So that was Hamburg. Oops, I want to go back there. We had a virtual visit with Choice Charter, and Choice Charter's virtual visit was March 6th. And the participants from the department were Eric Heitz, Sandra, and myself. And the star is big here because, as you recall, Choice is statewide. So they're a virtual charter statewide. So this is a couple of pictures that show the Charterverse. So this screen shows kind of a general overview of the Charterverse. And the Charterverse it's a virtual campus, basically. And it works like, it sort of reminds you of the old SimCity games, if any of you are familiar with that. Some of the apps you can get now. So the kids are represented by, and the adults too, are by avatars. And so the Charterverse, basically, there's only about three. Charlie, the principal, did the tour for us, and there's only about 3 schools, they say across the country, that are using this kind of a format. And it works like this shows you the overall buildings, and this shows you kind of another view of it. So if you're in the program and you click on this red dot, you can go to that building. So when you go to that building, it'll show you the classrooms in that building. So I can show you so this would be a classroom. This was a virtual class that we visited. So this is the classroom. You can see these are the avatars. I know it's not real easy to see, but see those dots, the avatars that are the students. And then the teacher was presenting a PowerPoint and talking with the kids. And you can't really see it in this picture, but over here, there also was, it's like Zoom. There was pictures of people, who were in this classroom. So we were able to listen in on a class in this tour. We also were the principal went through and moved the avatars through other areas in the Charterverse. There's places that you can go to get a little peace and quiet. You can also go if you stand beside somebody, you can chat with somebody. So if you see a teacher you want to chat with, if you stand beside them, you can chat with them. I kind of show, I think this picture shows a little better. This picture here, you see these circles? These are portals. So the circle up here is probably the easiest one to see. It says agriculture. So that's like a portal to the agriculture building. So there's a couple ways you can get into these different classrooms and buildings. So I kind of got a kick out of that portal. If you're a science fiction fan, you take a portal. So, and I will tell you that I'm probably not doing the virtual tour a lot of justice because I probably still have a lot to learn about it, but it was really pretty fascinating. And then these pictures are just, additional rooms that we went into. Like this is the fitness room, and you can see there's little treadmills and stuff. You got on a treadmill.
Your avatar can work out for you. Love it. My workout today, great.
Got to work out. So these just shows about then there's the portals that you can go different places. So I hope I didn't butcher it up too much because there's still a lot that I could learn about it, but it was really fascinating. And then we also were able to talk to a couple of students, and they were just very grateful for their opportunity at Choice Charter. They were very articulate in talking about the kinds of things that they were able to do, move through the curriculum at their pace. The other thing I would say is that Choice is offering a lot of mentoring, and that's been important for a lot of these students. And so, I was impressed with the two students that we were able to see. But yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Cassandra Klein. I'm the Bureau Chief for School Business Operations, and I have a prepared statement for the board. As you know, the department has a duty to monitor the effectiveness of charter schools pursuant to Iowa Code Section 256E3 and Iowa Administrative Code Rule 281, Chapter 1913. As the authorizer of charter schools, the state board is also statutorily required to monitor the performance and compliance of each charter school. While a year-end annual report assessing the effectiveness, performance, and sustainability of each charter school is required, the department determined a proactive approach to monitoring charter schools, especially new ones, was and still is the most productive approach to support charter school success. For charter schools that opened last fall, department staff began this proactive approach to support by reviewing the areas of program compliance, student success, staffing, finance, and the governing board. At the November and January state board meetings, the department provided information related to potential deficiencies and the continued progression of each charter school toward compliance in each area. As a result of the continued communication and work completed by the charter schools and department staff working together over these past months, a number of potential deficiencies were identified and corrected by each charter school. If the deficiencies had not been identified until the year-end annual report, a number of these items would have created the need for a corrective action plan. The proactive nature of the work together positioned the charters to address these items proactively, gaining earlier compliance, a more effective implementation, and ultimately positioning the charter school for increased sustainability. All of these things are good for students, and there is more work to be done. The department appreciates the collaborative approach from both charter schools and is excited to announce its next steps to continue these productive partnerships. The success of the proactive approach to collaboration between the department and charter schools has inspired the department to take a more permanent step toward supporting charter school effectiveness and sustainability. The department is announcing its creation of the Charter School Sustainability Group. The purpose of the Sustainability Group is to proactively assist charter schools, especially new charter schools, as they ramp up and implement operational, fiscal, governing board, and program compliance efforts. The collaborative work this year between existing charter schools and department staff has proven to produce increased adherence to compliance, awareness of existing resources, and help charter school leadership to apply prior expertise within the realm of Iowa charter school laws. We anticipate invitations to include members from the department, legislative staff, and representation of state board members. To the state board members, if you're interested in being a part of this opportunity, please let Carol McMains know or myself directly. The goal of the Sustainability Group is to support efforts of performance, effectiveness, compliance, and sustainability, ultimately creating the best environment for student success. The department looks forward to leading the Sustainability Group and partnering with current and new charter schools in the state. Thank you.
Questions for either Janet or Cassandra?
I'm just really happy to hear that. That's amazing. I was thinking back, Hamburg, when I saw that, how many years ago was that? And that was still one of the hardest decisions of my life that I've ever had to make. And seeing those students walk out of here crying, and I'm just so happy to see their smiling faces up there now and that they have that. And I'm so happy that, working with them has actually made it so that they can actually correct those and actually be sustainable. And I think that's incredible. So I'm just really happy. That's awesome.
I wonder if in the rulemaking process we're going to be undertaking, if we could make this proactive approach the norm rather than a policy, make it the rule. Because it sounds like a great thing that the department has done. Get out in front instead of waiting, I think that was everybody's fear. What happens if you warned us about that? What happens if it's a year later and things haven't gone that well? And now we're trying to put Humpty Dumpty back together again instead of keeping them from falling, right? That was a bad analogy.
Some of the underlying.
I have grandkids.
Yes, and I loved
It is really fun to see the kids and visit with the kids. So I appreciated the kids from Storm Lake that came from the West Central. Geez, that's good, you guys. I'd even love to see somebody from the virtual school now too, the Charter Choice. I just love that, that interaction we might have with them, and just gives you a feeling to what's going on. But thank you for your work. Really, it's good.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
it was, visiting is really awesome.
It's fun.
The good stuff.
So I know that we'll be looking for board representation on that meeting, so think about it. If you have more questions.
I think everybody, does it meet physically or virtually, or do you know yet?
I think we would be flexible in order to get the right people on the team.
So if we don't have volunteers, we may be receiving a call.
Jump on board. I'm going to be here one more year, so, I would love to do it, but I think it would be nice to have someone on the board that will be here for a couple of years.
Thank you, Director Mike.
We'll sure support you.
Okay. All right. School Budget Review Committee. Slide over the-
Yes. Good afternoon again. I am providing a summary of action from the March 9, 2023 School Budget Review Committee hearing. This is one of our shorter hearings typically throughout the year. You may also notice a little bit of an adjustment to the schedule. Normally, there's committee informational items first, then department items, and then district-specific items. Because this hearing this year actually coincided with the Iowa Association of School Business Officials spring conference, we actually moved the districts that were appearing in person to the beginning of the hearing in order to support their ability to attend that important professional development activity. Sydney Community School District had actually appeared at the December hearing of the SBRC as well to provide a corrective action plan based on late filing of fiscal reports. The insufficient information included in the corrective action plan based on a recommendation or consistent with a recommendation from the department did table the approval of that corrective action plan until the March hearing. Sydney, in working with the department, was able to make a lot of changes to that corrective action plan and really make it something they can implement locally. They did present the corrective action plan and it was approved and accepted by the committee. Central City, we've been waiting for this hearing for about 4 years. They closed their daycare fund back in 2018, and there were a number of different things going on in the district. We were trying to help them. It was almost, when I was thinking about the student from West Lyon Charter School and his managerial accounting classes, I was thinking back to the forensic accounting, trying to figure out where all the things came from, where the money goes, who it's owed to. And so Central City was able to eventually and finally come to the SBRC to make a request to transfer an amount from the general fund to clear up the negative enterprise fund left over from the daycare account, daycare effort. Johnston and West Des Moines both appeared to request MSA related to retention payments paid to staff. So you may recall that last May, we had a number of districts actually appear before the SBRC that requested additional MSA or spending authority that was based on retention payments made to staff that were not originally eligible for the governor's retention payments. So for Johnston, they gave a retention payment to all of their staff except the superintendent. And then for West Des Moines, they paid all of their staff except for the superintendent, chief financial officer, chief human resources officer, and the associate superintendent, but all other staff received one. Johnston did pay some of that from categorical and enterprise funds, and so that was not eligible for the request. But the remaining amounts were paid from unexpended, unobligated general fund dollars, and those amounts were approved, not unanimously, similar to the ones in May. We did have one nay, but it did still pass. The special education administrative costs, that's presented by the department to the SBRC. This is a standing hearing in March to allow districts to spend special education dollars for administrative costs, which is normally not allowed without special permission from the SBRC for those very specific scenarios for which it is maybe allowed. The returning dropout prevention MSA request is also a standing item that comes in March. So happy to announce this year there were no late filers. And so all of them were able to be approved within the same hearing. The transportation assistance hearing, this is the one where with the Iowa license plates that have the Apple on it, anybody that purchases those license plates, all of those dollars, 11,000, almost 12 this past year, comes to the SBRC for distribution to districts. So that is based on that average transportation cost per pupil to help buy some of those districts down toward the norm. Then we had 5 districts that actually appeared to request MSA for hazard abatement. So none of those districts actually individually appeared because in statute where the SBRC is required to approve the MSA for those requests. As long as those exhibits are complete and timely, the department generally appears on behalf of those districts. The last item then are the committee informational items. So we have a couple of standing items that come around every spring, and that's to look at the preliminary cash reserve levy limits. So we do have a comparison there from 23 to 24. So pretty close and similar. You may notice that the total district number is actually changing from 23 to 24. So we do have two sets of districts that are reorganizing effective July 1, 2023. And so that number was adjusted. TAG districts and budgets, the TAG amounts adjust by the state supplemental aid amount. So those were adjusted by that same percent. And then this one is always a good one that we enjoy sharing with districts to help give them their perspective within the state. So those UAB per pupil amounts. So there's two charts there. One is that UAB per pupil, and then the other one actually takes out those categorical balances, which average about $557 per district. But if you look at, for example, decile 10, and you look at the minimum on that from the UAB per pupil and then down to just the regular program, you notice that actually that bottom is now a negative number. So these are the districts that actually come to the SBRC. This year they came in December and provided a fiscal update. So it's not a corrective action plan. We're not saying they've done anything wrong. It's just more of a purposeful check-in to say, hey, what's the story and what's the plan? The last item for the committee then, Hamburg also had appeared in December to provide a corrective action plan due to a late fiscal filing. Their plan was pretty close, but there was a little bit of feedback from the SBRC, so they were required to provide an updated corrective action plan. However, it wasn't to the extent of Sydney, so they weren't required to appear again. So it was provided as an informational item. Do you have any questions?
That's good.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Annual condition of secondary career and technical education.
Back.
Hello.
Quick. Hot seat twice today. I will need assistance, or there we go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're not doing that again.
Creating a monster.
I know.
Hey, well, good afternoon again. I'm Dennis Harden, Bureau Chief for Career and Technical Education here at the department. And I'm pleased to be here this afternoon to present the annual condition of secondary career and technical education report. This report covers a 5-year period of academic years 2018 through 2022. It's a rather comprehensive report, and I'm happy to say that we worked this year to streamline the report, and we reduced it by around 12 pages. So trying to make sure that the data we're providing is as helpful as it can be. So I would like to also thank all those on my team and the others in the division communications office who assisted with the report. It's a huge undertaking, and I'm most appreciative of their work. So I would like to start by sharing the vision for Iowa career and technical education. The vision recognizes that CTE is most impactful to the learner, any person who is engaged or wanting to be engaged in the process of obtaining additional knowledge and skills. It also recognizes that through service to the learner, CTE serves other key constituents, both business and the state, more broadly by ensuring Iowans are equipped with the future-ready knowledge and skills required by employers. In order to achieve this vision, the Bureau of Career and Technical Education has identified the following strategies which we use in our work towards achievement of the vision for career and technical education in Iowa. Along with the 4 strategies, my team has also identified a number of actions that align with each of the 4 strategies. We have a 3-year work plan that drives our work, and the team reports monthly on the work towards meeting the actions set forth in our work plan. So moving on into the report, the contents of this report are broken down into 8 chapters. We had 9 and we got it down to 8. Chapter 1 is an overview of career and technical education in Iowa. In summary, career and technical education or CTE programs are delivered through middle schools, comprehensive high schools, and community colleges, which includes our regional centers. School districts are required to offer at least 12 units of coursework in CTE within 4 of the 6 service areas, and the 6 service areas are listed here on the slide. Chapter 2 focuses on secondary CTE courses and programs. The number of CTE courses continues to increase, with 9,643 courses were offered in 2022, which was a 7.6% increase from the previous year. All school districts, regardless of size, experienced growth in the average number of CTE courses offered, with a statewide average of 2.10%. And we continue to see growth in the use of college credit contracted secondary CTE courses, with a 30.10% increase over the 5-year period. And finally, the growth in college credit contracted CTE courses is related to the size of the school districts, with larger districts offering the most. Moving on to Chapter 3, Section 1, enrollment in CTE programs was up to 107,706 in 2022, which was up from 100,044 the previous year, and I believe that was a record enrollment. The participation rate continues to climb as well, with the participation rate in 2022 being 73.1%. Participation means that of all high school students enrolled that year, 73.1% are taking at least one CTE course. Student enrollment in CTE decreases each year after 9th grade, but remains steady over the 5-year period. And finally, enrollment in all 6 service areas continues to show an upward trend. Section 2 of Chapter 3 focuses on student demographics. And there continues to be an increase in participation for minority students, with Hispanic and Black students making up 71.9% of overall minority secondary CTE participation. Please note that other student population groups held steady. And even though male students participate in CTE programs at a greater rate than females, the proportion of female students increased from 44.7% in 2018 to 48.7% in 2022. And finally, the number of secondary students participating in CTE programs that were eligible for this National School Lunch Program remained steady over the past 5 years. Chapter 4 discusses our secondary CTE human resources. And as you can see here, secondary CTE teacher characteristics have not changed significantly. The average CTE teacher is white and close to 43 years old. With regard to gender, female CTE teachers outnumbered male CTE teachers, with females increasing by 1.9% over the past 5 years, and male teachers increased 0.2% during the same time. And with regard to community college CTE faculty teaching secondary CTE courses, these teachers are primarily female, white, working part-time or adjunct, and they're close to 50 years old. Our career and technical student organizations, or we refer to them as CTSOs, are discussed in Chapter 5. CTSOs are considered to be co-curricular, intercurricular, and are considered to be an integral component of the secondary CTE classroom, as well as post-secondary, which you heard earlier this morning. And they're designed to enrich, expand, and elevate leadership development through contextual instruction, applied learning, and real-world application. Our CTSOs provide opportunities to assess and improve professional skills, including leadership, goal setting, problem solving, decision-making, and communication through participation in programming and events. There are 8 nationally recognized CTSOs in Iowa, which include FFA, FBLA, and Skills USA, among others. We continue to see an increase in membership in the 8 CTSOs, with 29,196 students participating in 2022. I'm pleased to say that this is a peak CTSO membership enrollment in Iowa, which continues to climb. FFA has the largest increase in membership at 18,585 in 2022, followed by the Technology Student Association, FCCLA, and FBLA. One of the newer CTSOs in Iowa is HOSA, which is the CTSO for students that are enrolled in health science programs, and they increased by 162.5% from 2021 to 2022 for a total of 630 students. Information on career and academic planning is presented in Chapter 6. Individual Career and Academic Planning, or ICAP, provides a platform for students to engage in the development of self-reflection, career research, and exploration of post-secondary opportunities. Over 141,000 students in grades 8 through 12 were assisted with their ICAPs in 2022. In addition, each school district was required to have a district career and academic plan, or DCAP, an established district team that develops, reviews, and revises their DCAP every year. The DCAP is a roadmap for implementation of the individual career and academic planning process and provides a living context for how each student district supports their students through the ICAP process. And finally, through legislation last year, FAFSA and work-based learning were both components that were added as requirements of the ICAP. As you know, work-based learning continues to grow across the state. Iowa is a national leader with work-based learning. And with that said, for the purposes of this report, though, we only detail the work-based learning courses that provide capstone experiences for students to engage in experience provided and providing extension to their academic learning. This past year, we saw a 38% increase in work-based learning courses for a total of 249. And we also saw student participation grow to 1,115 students completing high school work-based learning courses and 3,190 students completing community college work-based learning courses. Interestingly enough, female students outnumber male students participating in work-based learning courses, which is a reverse of participation in our CTE programs. But both white and minority students participating in work-based learning continues to grow as well. And our final chapter is Chapter 8, which focuses on our regional centers and career academies. And I believe this is where we're really seeing some growth. Our regional centers continue to grow at 24 compared to 18 last year. 6,682 high school students enrolled in a regional center compared to 4,921 the previous year. And our largest CTE service area with 90 programs is applied science, technology, engineering, and manufacturing, followed by health science, information solutions, human services, business, and finally agriculture. And then the Career Academy Incentive Fund, which was established in 2019 through the reauthorization of the Secure and Advanced Vision for Education, or SAFE fund, that extended a statewide penny sales tax for school infrastructure, resulted in the department being able to award 10 grants totaling $9.5 million. They're basically $1 million grants, and you heard from SWIC this morning about their $1 million grant that they received. So that is a quick pass through the report. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions for Dennis? Dennis, I want to know that looking at the percent of minority instructors seems like it's not going anywhere quickly as far as increase. Can you tell us what efforts are going on there?
We don't have anything specific in career and technical education. One of the pieces that Chris is working on, we're working on a pilot program, mentor program with teachers just in the business right now, and hoping that that will help us continue to focus on CTE teaching and stuff. But it's just a few teachers are participating in that, but we have not had any specific efforts towards that.
Something on the horizon, or?
It's something that we need to get on the radar, especially, recruitment and retention strategies. Yes.
Okay.
I know our national association, their strategic plan, one of their focuses is on teacher recruitment and retention as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
Community College's joint enrollment report.
Good afternoon.
Share permissions.
Okay.
Yep, hang on. Here you go.
So more data at the end of the day. I think maybe Director Aldis is probably the only one really excited to anchor the day with data. Rest of you.
Start and end with it.
It is a long day. We'll try to make this short and hit the highlights. Really excited always to talk to you about college credit opportunities for our high school students. I'm just going to do a quick setup. I'm Jeremy Varner, I head up the Division of Community Colleges and Workforce Preparation. And I have with me Jen Rathje, who staffs this work for the department and is our resident expert on all things joint enrollment. So again, I'll just do a quick setup. Each year we come and talk to you about what we have going on in joint enrollment. It's something the board is very interested in. We have a lot of it going on in the state, so no surprise there. We're certainly excited to talk about it because of not just the volume, but because of what it does for students, right? It's tremendous opportunities for students. You heard about some of that today, in terms of giving students a jump on college, creating opportunities that research is clear, more likely to go on and get further education and training, more likely to get credentials that have labor market value. And quite frankly, they complete their degrees and enter the workforce quicker. And they save students, families, parents a lot of money. So, we're really excited about this work. I think it's something that most states are really striving hard to do, and we're in the front of the pack on it. So really excited to talk about it. You heard a little bit in January with our Condition of Community Colleges reports that we are continuing to see growth here, which we're excited about. You also heard in the Career Tech report that Dennis just delivered that a big part of that is career and technical education, our build out of regional centers, what we're doing with college career transition counseling. We have sort of a wide variety of initiatives to continue to ensure that we have consistent equitable access to these opportunities. So the other thing I would say before we go on is just that not only do we have a lot of it, but we do it really well. So as a state, we have a really smart policy framework to support these opportunities and great oversight mechanisms to ensure quality. We ensure that they're delivered, regardless of how the courses are delivered, they are the same curriculum, instructor quality, delivered in a manner consistent with other college offerings. And we provide oversight through a third-party programmatic accreditor and additional oversight through our state accreditation process. So we take the work pretty seriously, and I think that's part of why we have such broad buy-in into the work that we're doing here. So no small feat, but does require continued focus. We continue to have access challenges, right? And it's something that you all ask questions about every year. I expect you to ask them again this year. It's a constant thing we have to keep working on. So with that, I'll stop there. It is a hefty report, mostly because we get lots of questions, and the only way to answer those questions is with data. So it's a little heavier than most, but hopefully you find it useful. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jen.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy. Go ahead. Okay. So, Jeremy kind of touched on kind of a lot of the information on joint enrollment, but the report that you all have received today, it really attempts to capture and convey the work of our state by providing you with a comprehensive overview of joint enrollment. And so the report consists of academic year and trend data on joint enrollment, including headcount enrollment, grade level participation, student demographics, and enrollment of what courses students are taking as well. Also included in the report, at the end of the report, there is a profile for each one of our 15 community colleges who participate within the concurrent enrollment and senior plus programming for joint enrollment, and that kind of displays data specific to each of those institutions. But a lot of the information, obviously, we're going to share with you today is presented as statewide data. So as far as joint enrollment refers to students who enroll in one or more community college courses while in high school. And so the joint enrollment students are really provided these opportunities to help supplement their high school curriculum with challenging courses that they may not otherwise have been made available to them. And so most jointly enrolled students enroll through senior plus programs, such as the concurrent enrollment program, while some high school students continue to enroll independently as tuition paying students. And so as Jeremy mentioned about the research, it does indicate that students are more likely to graduate high school. They're more likely to have higher grade point averages.
They're more likely to persist to completion over their peers who have not experienced joint enrollment. And so this is because they enter into post-secondary education with the necessary skills needed to understand the rigor of the coursework that they're taking. During academic year 22, joint enrollment of high school students increased 6% from the prior year to 50,082 students. And so even despite the impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on enrollment the last 2 years, so you can kind of see there was a slight dip after 2020. We are continuing to see participation rebound and is back on the rise in the program. And so overall, you can see from 2004, the growth has been 137.9%, with an average annual growth rate of 4.9%. You can see that here, 13 of our community colleges saw an increase in joint enrollment during academic year 22, while only 2 colleges experienced a decrease from the previous year. Most of our students, you can see, enroll through contracted courses, which is namely the concurrent enrollment program. So 97.1% of joint enrolled students were contracted courses, and that was an increase of 5.8% from the previous year to 50,038 students, while enrollment of tuition paying students makes up the remaining 2.8% of students at 1,469 students, an increase of 6.6% from the previous year. And so what you don't see on here is our post-secondary enrollment options program. For the second year in a row, we had 0 enrollments from that program, and that is largely driven because of statutory changes back in the 2017-18 academic year, which resulted in a shift away from PSEO enrollments to the concurrent enrollment program through our state's community colleges. In Iowa, about 2 out of every 5 community college students are also a high school student. And so overall, jointly enrolled students accounted for 42.6% of total community college enrollment across the state, and 11 of our community colleges enroll more jointly enrolled students than the state average. And so our highest percentages are coming out of Northeast Iowa Area Community College with 52.1% of overall student enrollment being comprised of jointly enrolled students, followed by Southwestern Community College with jointly enrolled students making up 47.3% of total enrollment. So the increase of our high school students enrolling in community colleges is a trend that has accelerated in the past few years, but that's due to a decrease of full-time college enrollment of students and an increased participation in the concurrent enrollment program. It's important to note that the rate at which these high school students enroll in community college coursework varies by local school district and community college region. And so you'll have a better picture of this at the back of the report. There is a map that's located that you can see almost every school district offers some form of access to joint enrollment opportunities to their students. However, the depth of that access varies and sometimes significantly from district to district. Also included is a listing of every district with their percentage of participation of students in joint enrollment programs. And you can also see if there was an increase or a decrease from the prior year for each of those districts. So if you're interested in looking at a certain region or a specific school area, you can find that information. It's at the back of the report. Jointly enrolled students enroll in an average of 8.5 semester credit hours. And so that's the equivalent of about 2 to 3 courses per student compared to 13.1 credit hours of the general student population. Because high school students generally enroll part-time, they account for a smaller proportion of the total credit hours than they do of the total enrollment. And so all 15 community colleges across the state last year experienced an increase in credit hours enrolled of jointly enrolled students. And so statewide, 27.6% of total credit hours were jointly enrolled students. And so that accounted for over a 2% increase from the year prior. You can see here jointly enrolled students, they have access to an array of career and technical and arts and sciences courses. Of the courses taken by jointly enrolled students, 35.1% were classified as career and technical education courses, and 64.9% were classified as arts and sciences. And that is an increase of CTE courses of 1.4% from the previous year. The top 5 subject areas that students enroll into are primarily those arts and sciences courses. And so you can see that 23.9% of those students enroll in English language and literature courses, followed by social science and history at 17.3%,
Then you have healthcare sciences at 6.8%, and then manufacturing courses at 5.1%, rounding out those top 5 courses. Compared to the year prior, enrollment by type of coursework has remained fairly steady, but we have seen an increase in manufacturing courses on the uptick. We saw an increase in awards attainment as well from the prior year. So in academic year 22, we increased award attainment by 60.7% to 1,804 awards, which translates into 941 certificates, 283 diplomas, and 580 associate's degrees were awarded to high school students simultaneously with their high school diploma. In academic year 22, the profile of a jointly enrolled student during the year was a white female high school senior who was a resident of the state of Iowa. And so compared to the overall student body, jointly enrolled students are more evenly represented by sex and are less racially and ethnically diverse than both the total community college enrollment as well as our total public K-12 enrollment. So of the 88.5% of joint enrollees who reported a race ethnicity, 17.8% of those reported a minority background, compared to 24.3% of students enrolled in credit programs at Iowa's community colleges and 26.8% of students enrolled in Iowa's public K-12 school districts. You can see jointly enrolled students tend to be upperclassmen, comprising of about 78.1% of students in their last 2 years of high school. And statewide of students who've participated in joint enrollment, 42.7 of those students were seniors, with just over 35% being juniors. And the trend does go downward significantly in the 9th and 10th grade year. So you'll see more or less like percentage of students participating. In total, though, 32.5% of all students in grades 9 through 12 accessed and participated in a community college course over the prior year, including almost half of all seniors at 44.7%. One new section that you will see in the report this year is information that's actually specific to the concurrent enrollment program only. So this does not, this excludes any data and information from any students who were enrolled as an independently paying tuition student. So it's just capturing that data specific to our concurrent enrollment program. And so you can see here that this provides you the distribution of all students enrolled in high school. This is just capturing additionally students in grades 9 through 12 compared to all of the students who enrolled and participated grades 9 through 12 in the concurrent enrollment program. So overall, the racial and ethnic background of students participating in concurrent enrollment really follows the same trend that we see with all jointly enrolled students, in that they are less diverse than all students enrolled in grades 9 through 12. So you can see in academic year 22, 18.2% of concurrently enrolled students reported a minority background compared to 25.7% of all students in grades 9 through 12 in Iowa's public schools. Additionally, the students who enrolled in one or more concurrent enrollment courses, 3.5% of those students had an IEP compared to all reported students grades 9 through 12 who are on IEP, which is at 12.4%. 23.7 of those students were on free and reduced lunch, compared to 37.9% of students in grades 9 through 12. And then 2% of those students were English learners, compared to 5.3% of all students in grades 9 through 12. So that is the bulk of the report that we have for you today. There's so much more we can probably talk to you about, but given the time constraints, we will be happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Questions for Jeremy or Jen?
I guess every year I kind of wonder, why is the minority population so low who participate in this? I mean, I feel like every year it's kind of the same. It's low. I don't understand why. I mean, this seems like it would be really great for, especially, low income, any minority students to take advantage of this, might be more likely to succeed, go to college, get college credit under their belt. So I don't understand.
Yeah, it's a fair question. Certainly, we see that kind of trend across all advanced learning opportunities where there are these equity gaps. I think we know we see this data statewide. The research is clear that joint enrollment can be a powerful strategy for closing those equity gaps. It can also reinforce equity gaps depending upon how the program is implemented locally. So one of the things that we've been working to do is to get the data in the hands of practitioners, and there's a community of practice around concurrent enrollment coordination and helping them understand these issues and what practices can improve delivery. The good news is in Iowa, we have a median student approach to concurrent enrollment. It is not just for top tier academic performers. And so that sort of gives us a better baseline to work from. But we do see great unevenness. Some schools have little to no gaps and others much more significant. And so we're trying to inform the local leadership and practitioners and help them to improve practice on the ground, understanding what practices can work here. There's a number of recent national reports that outline some strategies that can be helpful here. So I think there's a lot of work going on. In fact, we've actually been tracking a couple of institutions that have been very intentional in this area. So we're looking to see what kind of results that they get and see if those are things they can share with their peers. So we've definitely been hearing you on it.
Okay, and I hope that they're involving the parents too, because I think that, sometimes a kid can hear something in school and be like, whatever. But I mean, maybe a conversation with the parent saying this is something I really think you should do because of X, Y, Z. We can't afford to send you to college. You're gonna have to take out loans and that this might actually help you in this way or whatever is, a good thing, maybe to start having a conversation freshman year about that or before.
Absolutely. To your point, one of the strategies that we've really gone hard at the past 3 years has been our college and career transition counselor program implementation. We've spent some Perkins incentive funds and gotten schools and community colleges to partner to implement these transition counselors that are really focused on helping students figure out where they're going, help them complete their federal financial aid, figure out if there are some concurrent enrollment opportunities for them, these people that might not otherwise be going on to advanced learning opportunities. And we've seen really outstanding results. Our data is preliminary now on our scaled stuff, but the early pilots, the data was really clear in that area. So one of the things I think we'll do, and we'll probably bring it to the council first, but then maybe to the board, is a report on the data and the results of that transition counselor effort specific to these subpopulations.
That'd be great. Thank you.
One other thing too, Jeremy, we could think about is for the first time ever, November 28th through the 30th, the community colleges are having their first ever convention where teachers, practitioners are going to be able to get together for the first time. And maybe this could be one of those, or proposed to Emily as a best practice session.
Good idea.
Where folks could share, or I'm sure there will be some kind of session around this in some fashion, but at least including this as a theme might be a really good idea where a topic of discussion could be had to share best practices.
So about 6.5% of the kids pay tuition. Could you tell me the circumstances under which that would happen?
Yeah, I mean, I can.
Like if you didn't have to pay tuition, you wouldn't, right? And
Yes.
are students paying that tuition?
Yeah, so specifically with the concurrent enrollment program, districts have to annually determine what courses that they're going to make available to their students. And so there's a lot of factors that kind of go into that. They have to make sure that they're not supplanting their high school curriculum, making sure, a lot of other things that school districts are taking into consideration with what they contract. And so if a school district does not contract for a post-secondary course, they're not required to make it available to the student, obviously at no tuition. So that's when a student may enroll into a post-secondary course during the academic year, or it could be over the summer when a student potentially want to participate in a course that would be outside of the summer college credit program, for example. That may cause a student to enroll as an independently paying tuition.
In almost all cases, the student or parent would pay that.
Yep. So yeah, if it's outside of that, then the students and parents would be responsible for that enrollment. But the concurrent enrollment program is tuition free for students to enroll. So the district and the community college work out that arrangement. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
In the breakdown of the courses that were being taken through the program, I noticed English and social sciences were very high, but I was surprised to see math and the physical sciences, which are sometimes resource intensive, to be relatively low. Any sense of why that is? Because I would think that's one where concurrent enrollment could really supplement, especially districts that have a hard time getting a great math teacher or a great science teacher in. So why do we see those numbers being lower?
I think some of it can be lent to the fact that, a lot of the districts, depending on what they're utilizing right now, they can't utilize some of those arts and science courses to meet their district's accreditation requirements or their offer and teach requirements. And so these courses are really meant currently to kind of be above and beyond that at this point in time, with the exception of career and technical, which CTE courses, they are able to use at least one unit of math, one unit of science currently, if they're not able to find a teacher. But a lot of that will determine on, they have to meet those accreditation requirements first before they can contract and utilize those concurrent enrollment courses towards that current state.
Also, they transfer the best. Like your Comp 1, Comp 2, your history classes generally transfer in as your gen eds. So you're told to take those because they'll transfer the best.
Thank you.
For us.
It's an interesting point about articulation. Is that still a major problem for us between the universities and colleges, that articulation is happening, not happening?
Yeah, we actually, for the concurrent enrollment courses, we feel they're generally introductory survey courses, right? So 1 and 2, calc, psych, sociology, those things, they transfer really well. And the public universities have been really accepting. We know the students also who actually go on to those universities, they tend to succeed in follow-on courses. So yeah, generally speaking, it works pretty well.
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
Appreciate it. Last, but certainly not least, legislative update.
Right. Let's bring this meeting in for a landing with some legislative stuff. A soft, nice, smooth landing, no turbulence. So good afternoon, Eric St. Clair, Legislative Liaison for the Department. Just kind of give you a general overview where we're at with the session to date. From the department's perspective, we have tracked 233 bills this session. We have responded to 104 fiscal note requests. And today we have created and submitted over 30 legislative reports. So we've been very busy. The volume of legislation has been quite high this year, particularly in committees that we pay close attention to, the House and Senate education committees, namely. But we monitor legislation that pops up through numerous committees. So we've been very busy. And I would be curled up in a ball under that table over there if it wasn't for the awesome team I have working with me this year. I'm going over and covering quite a bit of it, but we also have Laura Vargason, who is within the Division of Community Colleges and Workforce Preparation. She came to us somewhat recently from the Legislative Services Agency. She has a tremendous background in legislation, knows the process super well, and she's been very helpful covering topics related to community colleges, career and technical education, teacher preparation, teacher licensure, topics that generally fall under Jeremy's shop. Also have Rachel Bosovich, who's been helping quite a bit cover topics ranging from special education, general election, school board bills, and other legislation that pops up that I think Rachel would be the best one to respond to. And last but certainly not least, probably the most important person of the team is Jordan Roseborough, who is providing administrative support to this team. She's the one that is coordinating the fiscal note process for us. So all the fiscal note requests come in, she gets them out, make sure people get back to us with the information we need on time. She's tracking legislation and keeping our website up to date with the bills we are monitoring, and many other tasks. So collectively, I think we've been able to manage quite successfully this legislative session, despite the higher volume of work this year compared to previous years. So just wanted to give a quick shout out to all of them for their help and support. Timeline, we are in week 11. Which gets us by math, now we're 1 week out from week 12, which is an important week within the legislature, and that it's the second funnel. The first funnel was at the end of week 8. And so these are just procedural deadlines within the legislature, which serve to narrow the focus of legislation that can be considered within the chamber. So at the end of week 8, most bills that are introduced, they have to be out of a committee within the chamber that they were introduced. So House bills out of House committee, Senate bills out of Senate committee. Week 12, the process flips. If it's a House bill, it's got to be out of a Senate committee. If it's a Senate bill, it's got to be out of House committee. I hope I got that right, but you get the picture, right? There are exceptions to that: appropriations bills, ways and means, tax and spending bills. Those don't have to meet those procedural deadlines. But the vast majority of other bills, if they don't hit those hurdles, then in their current form, they're no longer eligible for consideration. So around this time of year, you typically see an uptick in activity, people maneuvering to try to get their bills through and pass these funnel deadlines. So yeah, we continue to monitor legislation as it works through. There's a lot of bills that have been introduced, and there's a lot of bills that have fallen by the wayside due to the funnel. I can answer questions that you may have about specific bills if any pop to mind, but I thought right now would be a good opportunity to just hit some of the high ones from our perspective, which would include the governor's priority legislation and the progress related to those thus far. So there was four major bills that we have been following very closely. One was House File 68, and that's the bill that established the education savings accounts. So that one, as you all are well aware, passed through both chambers and signed by the governor. And so now we've turned to kind of more of the implementation stage of that. Senate File 391 is the second of three education bills that the governor introduced. This one is related more to education reform and flexibility for schools. So this is one that's kind of just referred to as the Chapter 12 bill. Even though Chapter 12 is our rule chapter, everyone just knows that the general accreditation requirements for schools is mostly housed in Chapter 12 of our rule. So broadly speaking, that's just what everyone refers to. This bill makes changes to comprehensive school improvement plans. It removes reference and requirements related to the CSIP and statute, largely recognizing that components of the CSIP are largely duplicative to other state and federal requirements that school districts are already required to report on and do. So it removes that requirement for school districts. It provides additional flexibility for the use of community college coursework and teaching multiple courses at one time by one instructor. And it also makes numerous modifications to offer and teach requirements, mostly related to world languages, fine arts, and personal finance. That bill has passed out of the Senate and went to the House. It passed out of the House, but it was amended in the House. So now it's got to go back over to the Senate for the Senate to consider the amendments that were made that were made in the House. So that one's still a moving target. We don't know exactly how that will look at the end of the day, but that is proceeding along at a good pace. Third IGov bill that we're focused in on is Senate File 496. So this is the third education-related bill. This one is more focused on parental and student rights. It has the transparency provisions around instructional and library materials. It's got age appropriate and research-based instruction in human growth and development requirements, and it also adds in new requirements related to civics education and assessment. This bill passed out of the Senate very recently, and yesterday, and now will go to the House. We're watching this one pretty closely. There was a companion bill that was introduced in the House at the start of session. The House did not advance that bill past the first funnel. And so right now there is no companion bill to Senate File 496 in the House for this to be attached to. And so given where we're at with the funnel, we would expect that now to have to work its way through a House committee within the next week for it to be considered in its current form. And so we'll watch for which committee that's assigned to. There are two options in the House. There is the formal education committee, the traditional education committee, but there also this year is the education reform committee, which is the committee that was responsible for moving the education savings account bill or the Student First Act. So technically either one of those could be feasible options for this bill. We'll just have to watch to see which route that goes. And lastly, as was already mentioned, I think maybe a couple times now, Senate File 514 is the government realignment bill. And so more information will be coming out of that in the near future. As work on that progresses, that passed the House and the Senate. It was sent to iGov, and we're still waiting signature on that. Always want to remind you of available resources we have on the department's website. We have the bill tracker that I mentioned. We have the newsletter, which I believe you all get weekly on Fridays. And a new service that we started as of, 12:30 today is the legislative action alert, which is going to provide more immediate notices to the field about information, legislation that is effective upon enactment. So once it's signed, it goes into effect and also has a wide-ranging impact on the education community. So we sent the first one out earlier today. You all might have received that one as well. This first one was on Senate File 482, which is related to public school bathrooms and treating them as for use by single sex, right? Likely more of those will come out this session, but we are excited to be able to provide that service as well. Are there any questions I can attempt to respond to?
Any questions? Sounds like Thomas may be a little busy with rulemaking as well.
Oh, yeah.
That's in his wheelhouse. Thank you, Eric.
Welcome.
Yeah.
All right, we have a adjournment. We have a little break and we'll have a quick work session coming up. So take a motion to adjourn. Move to adjourn.
Second.
Second. All in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Let's come back at 11:45.